어제도 난 생각했죠. 간절하게 붙잡던 그 어느 것 하나 머물러 있어주질 않아. 이 세상 어느 것도 피할 수 없는 마지막이라는 말이 지나온 시간들을 떠올리게 하는 밤이면 어둠 속에 빛을 봐요. 우리에게 아름다움이 뭘까요? 몸을 녹이고 태우며 빛을 비추는 조각 아닐까요? 사라져가지만 아름다워요. 내리면 마르리 내 눈물도 상처로 남겨진 내 기억 속에 그 무엇을 애써 떠올리며 의미를 찾아 헤매 서글퍼지는 밤이면 어둠 속에 빛을 봐요. 우리에게 아름다움이 뭘까요? 몸을 녹이고 태우며 빛을 비추는 조각 아닐까요? 사라져가지만 아름다워요. 멀어져가는 저 노을처럼 우리에겐 이젠 빛이 있어요. 부족한 내 영혼 이제 그 빛 따라가요. 사라져가 그대 미소에 빛이 앉아요. 그대 맘속에 환히 비춰 혼자가 아니게 이어지는 그 빛.
헤매이지 시간가는 땅에 점점 어두워지는 밤에 꺼져가는 심지 잃어가는 빛이 사그러드는 이 불의 반응
그래 불을 꺼지게 마련 그래도 지피지 화연 바람에 꺼지고 과연 No plan to retire 다 원해 고가 대화 근데 아직 나밖에 재화 우리는 내 삶을 같이 오늘은 녹여 서면 또왜 말했어
차가워진 땅에 오늘은 나를 불태워 나로 횃불로 붙여 점점 세상을 밝게 비춰 활활 타오르게 더더욱 뜨겁게 넌 내가 서로 녹여들 수 있게 우리 먼저 Let it burn 너무 뜨거워 뜨거워져 우리 먼저 Let it burn Let it burn 어둡고 차가운 밤을 뜨겁게 달궈줄 fire
이 밤을 불태워 모든 걸 집어삼켜
나를 닮아 완전히 빛을 잡아 집에서 촛불로 불에서 횃불로 별들이 퍼져 전바다처럼 차가워진 땅에 오늘은 나를 붙여보 횃불로 이어붙여 세상을 밝게 비춰 월말 다르게 나도 뜨겁게 어둡고 차가운 밤을 뜨겁게 내걸줄게
소약으로 마이너스에서 플러스 베이 절대 밑을 보지 않아 헛분할에서 돌아 난 사주원하는 삶내 방식으로 지켜봐 내 영혼의 숨쉴 수 있게 ignite And I won't stop 그냥 불을 꺼지기 마련 그런데도 지피지 와요 남의 꺼지기 과연 더 강하게 타오르지 fire 그냥 불을 꺼지기 마련 그런데도 지피지 와요 남의 꺼지기 과연 강하게 타오르지 fire
Horizon Thunder Hello, everybody. Welcome to Friday Night Hangouts. Welcome. My name is Derek Melinda, and you're hanging out with me because, we're fairly bored here, and we have nothing better to do. Kragan said, missed opportunity for Friday Night Live, and you're so right. Ben, you definitely have given enough money this month. RPG Music, you'll notice the goal tonight is just a single $1. Tonight's stream is not part of our usual, plan or anything like that. So I have no intention of anybody donating anything. It's totally fine. Smith was busy. Bob and I worked. We got the last of the studio set panels mortared and covered in the sort of a faux stone texture. They're drying, so we'll be able to paint those. And I had nothing better to do. I came home. The house was quiet, dark. The dogs were fed, and that was it. And so I sat there and said, I have nothing else to do. I'm just gonna go live. I'm not gonna go live, which is what Gid thought I might meant, but I meant I was just gonna go live. And I don't know. We could just talk about stuff just randomly. I have no particular agenda or anything like that, and I'm sure 0 people from YouTube will watch this. After all, my thing doesn't say OGL in the. You son of a bitch.
Ben, a tip $3. Fine.
There you go. So Ben still tipped 300% of the goal. But yeah, I mean, we can talk about RPGs tonight. We can talk about anything tonight. Again, I really don't have any means for this. If 5 people showed up, I would have been totally fine with that. Touch grass, bro. Yeah, I mean, listen, I get outside all the time. I walk my dogs, and I'm actually trying to find a place to play racquetball so I can get out there and start playing racquetball again with my buddy, which I would look really forward to because I really love playing racquetball. Let's see. Can we not talk about OGL, please? By all means, let's not. It's, I mean, there's better videos with smarter people than me, and they're out there, and watch them. We made a video clip on it. I showed it. I showed it last time. I'll show it this time. Let me find it real quick. For those of you who may have missed it last time, here is the Knights of Last Call official take on the OGL.
I don't want to seem overdramatic, but this is literally a battle for April's soul.
I don't want to seem overdramatic, but I don't really care what happens here.
There we go. That's it. That's the official take. So, what can I say? That's our official response on how we feel about that. I have so many games, it doesn't even matter. Like, it doesn't affect me at all. So I'll let people, some people have millions of dollars tied up in the game and all that other stuff. Like, they could worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. Doodle board. I got my doodle board right here, Craig. It's right here. It's ready to go in case we get to that point. Let's see. How's life, Derek? Anthony, life's pretty good. I can't complain, you know. When we started Knights of Last Call, my business my photography business was essentially basically almost out of business. It had been shut down due to COVID, and then it just never recovered. You know, it was a new business anyways, and photography not something that is essential. But you know, the channel was a lot of fun, but I didn't have a lot of money, you know, to be honest with you. And at the time, the studio was costing me a lot of money. And that December, we started this channel November of 2021 or 2020. We started this November 2020 is when we started this channel. And that December, my furnace broke. I remember it didn't have heat for a few days, and it cost me several $1,000s that I didn't have to fix it. And things were pretty tough. And then, you know, I was paying $1,000, almost $1,500 a month for rent at the studio. And then about 3 or 4 months later, my studio lease was up, and we at that point probably had like, you know, I don't know, maybe 16 or something, 15 episodes of Rise of the Rune Lords that had been made. And, you know, we were getting a couple hundred views per video. We hadn't been monetized yet. And, you know, the guys were like, well, let's keep doing this. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to have to get a new studio space then. And they were like, okay, let's do that. And so we did that, and I put more money into that and was paying that. And then luckily around that time I got a job, but I was, you know, I had depleted pretty much every single dollar in my bank account in order to try to be unemployed, professionally unemployed for a couple of years, and go hike the Appalachian Trail and start a business or two and have them fail. And so like a lot of the money was just going to things that desperately needed to be done. And then I ended up spending even more money on the channel to get it started. And so 2021 was pretty rough. And into 2022, things have been pretty great, you know, this last 12 months. And we got to see the channel really grow, and the Patreon developed and grew, and that was fantastic. And my job has been, very dependable and very flexible, and that's been really, really fantastic and great. And obviously this has been like a year that I've been single, but living with my ex, but that's actually totally fine, and we get along great. And I don't know, I'm 40. I worry about my health more, and I need to take it more seriously. And I'm planning on doing that this year. So there's definitely that. And, if I have to say anything, Anthony, I think what I really am sort of at the crossroads for is I just don't know. I just don't know where I want to go with role-playing games. I'm so interested in playing so many different games, but I know I don't have the ability to play in 3 or 4 games a week, 5 games a week. So I feel like I have to pick one, and I hate having to put so much pressure on one game to deliver so much of a robust gaming experience. And something that Smith was talking about is, and I'm not blaming Bob for this, but there's been a tendency for us to just sort of been focusing on these short.
Tipped $5.
Okay.
Question: potentially fun topic. Action resolution in games. Most RPGs have movement be the first available action in an encounter. In Doctor Who, talkers go first. What does action resolution tell us about what the game deems as important?
I mean, that's a great question, Ben. I mean, I certainly agree with that. I'll answer your question after I just finish my thought there, which is, Bob wants to try a lot of, different bites from a lot of different games. And so, Bob is definitely sort of a, let's play let's play a game for 5 sessions. Let's play a game for 10 sessions. And then let's move on to the next game. And there is a part of me that has, even before I even met Bob, had already started to get into that mindset of, do I really want to sit down and spend 2 or 3 years playing in one campaign with one set of characters when there are just so many games out there that are on the shelf right now that I want to play, and that by the time this campaign even ends, there will have probably been 10 or 15 new games which have come out that I want to play as well. And it almost feels like, I mean, at this point in my life, you know, it feels like getting married to a game. And, you know, and there's so many games out there that I want to, you know, that I want to date. And that doesn't necessarily mean I'm looking to hook up with the game. I don't mind having a relationship with the game. I just don't want it to be forever, because there's so many great games out there, and I want to, you know, taste the rainbow. So it's very frustrating to me because I don't know exactly what I want to commit to, but I also don't, you know, we've just been doing all of these very surface level, you know, engagements into a game, and I find that I lose, you know, there's some interest loss, I think, after 5 or 10 or so sessions, 20 sessions, where I go, hey, you know, we could be doing something else, something more interesting. But I think what it really comes down to is what the game is about and how interested I could be in a subject. Jeremy, what is Versus D? Versus D is a game called Against the Dark Master, aka Versus Against the Dark Master. It is a sort of a reclone. I don't even want to call it a retro clone. It is a reclone of the Middle Earth role-playing game system, and it just recently came out. No problem, Jeremy. So to Ben's question, you know, action resolution games, most RPGs have movement, be the first available action and encounter. Doctor Who talkers go first. You know, I always say that look at what a game rewards, and that'll tell you a lot about what the game wants you to do, which is fair, which is true. But I think what Ben was saying about what actions are available in a game is hugely important, because, and I see this a lot of times with Powered by the Apocalypse games, which I know Ben isn't a huge fan of, but even though he's designed his own, go figure, because there is a suite of maneuvers in Powered by the Apocalypse games that a lot of them steal, bag, borrow, I don't even want to call it stealing, that are fairly common in various games. But not every Powered by the Apocalypse game uses every single action that's available in sort of the collective toolbox or toolkit of Powered by the Apocalypse. And I always say, look at a Powered by the Apocalypse game and look at what the basic actions of the game are, because that's the game telling you, hey, this is the type of action that we are making available to you so that you understand what this game kind of wants you to do. And so if a game, for example, games that focus on interpersonal conflict tend to have more than one move in Powered by the Apocalypse that are focused on interacting with people and learning from people and reading people. Whereas games that are a little bit more surface level, or I don't want to say surface level, but don't have to deal with the interaction. For example, Dungeon World. Dungeon World doesn't really have this move. And so, because in Dungeon World, it's kind of a D&D clone. It's not as much about the social and personal interactions. So as much as I think rewards tell you what the game wants you to do, I think the actions tell you what they want to do too. And if you're talking about a game like Doctor Who, where talking goes first, it's clearly setting this standard to the player. Hey, listen, there is always going to be a chance to resolve conflict with diplomacy or communication. Whereas if you take a step back and you look at something like Pathfinder 2 or most modern D20 games, using diplomacy in combat is kind of tough to do. I would even say discouraged. I would even say it's frowned upon because it's very difficult to use. It takes a minute. You have to spend, a lot of feats, and usually it's almost like more of a high level type thing, which is strange actually. But the game is basically saying talking in a combat isn't really an option. And I've always thought that was really interesting, because when you call for an initiative in combat, it's sort of like it's a foregone conclusion, and now we're fighting, and there's nothing that you could deal with it. And so when an encounter sort of starts, I think asking the players what they do is tremendously important. And I think Fantasy 20 games, the encounter usually starts with an initiative roll, and that sets people into combat mode, and that's why people go and go full murder hobo. So I think actually when you think about it, I think action resolution and what the game sort of intends for you to do is tremendously important in how the game resolves itself. Absolutely. Because I mean, that really is setting the standard. And I think that that's hugely important. You're talking about what's available first. Ryan mentioned the Avatar RPG, and in the Avatar RPG, you have these sort of exchanges in combat where it's sort of like one set of combat moves. And then like that's it. There's no initiative in Powered by the Apocalypse. And then it's like, okay, what do you want to do? Well, we could talk. Okay, yeah, we're not in combat, so we get to do different things. And yeah, I think, and it makes sense, right? For Doctor Who, it's not like a shoot 'em up, drag out, a full attack type thing. It's more of like, hey, something is happening. Hey, cool, I want to engage with it. But one would hope that they also give you compelling actions and options to make that at least an interesting and exciting and effective tool in your toolbox. We're kind of getting off on a topic here, but I despise rolling initiative. I hate initiative so much. And the idea of rolling it every round, is brutal for me. Here's why I don't like rolling initiative. Because everybody gets one turn anyways. That's really what it comes down to. And yes, in deadlier games, where it is literally possible to essentially kill someone by going first, then initiative has a little bit more importance to it. But in a game where people can delay and ready, in a game where everybody gets to go once a round anyways, I just don't find it compelling or needed anymore. And the fact that the initiative order comes out randomly doesn't really make that big of a difference anymore. And quite frankly, I just don't think it's as important as it is. Ben says, I have come to agree with this. Initiative is a vestigial organ that needs to be removed. Yeah, I'm not saying that you need to go like full Powered by the Apocalypse where there is no initiative, but I definitely think that the concept of initiative is very flawed. And let me tell you why. I'll just start with this. London actually brings up a great point, but for the wrong reason.
Caverns and Cave Trolls tipped $25 for you. I already removed initiative.
Hey, thank you for the tip, Caverns and Cave Trolls. It's very nice of you. Appreciate that very much. And you already removed initiative. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to reading the system, buddy. Yeah. So let's talk about this really quick here. So London says initiative is a good tool for meek people at the table to get their turn where nobody else can bulldoze them. I actually kind of view it as a little bit opposite. I as a GM, even as players, I think we understand that there is moments where it makes sense that the spotlight is going to be more focused on one character than another. We see this in movies. We see this in TV shows. Now, if you're approaching your D&D game like a board game where everybody gets a turn, then I can understand that. And if you're treating it as an extremely procedural, kind of exercise, and if you're playing with people who demand I get my 5 seconds in the spotlight, then I see where initiative is a powerful tool. But in my experience, when I play with a group of people, number one, you mentioned the meek people. I actually find the opposite. As a GM, I'm paying attention. There are some people who don't need to and don't want to go every round. There are people who are kind of want to sit back and wait for their moment to do their cool thing. And if they're not ready or it's too overwhelming, then it can almost be pressured to them. And suddenly it's like, it's your turn, you need to act. And of course, you're going to have people who are chomping at the bit and want to do everything, but that is why you have to have a game master. And why a game master has to be a mature, responsible adult, or at least adult-like, and guide the game, master the game, and sort of say, hey, okay, we're in a situation here, and I am going to be paying attention to the ebb and flow of the combat, and I'm going to be looking for people who want to do things, and I'm going to let the moves snowball. It gives you so much more flexibility because there might be a moment that is clearly, this is an awesome moment for the fighter, and we're going to focus on the fighter for a little bit, and that's okay. Not everybody needs to be, completely balanced and equal. And at a group table where you have, mature players, I think they get that. And so I like that. The second thing is, I find the rolling of initiative to be the most tension-breaking thing in the game, because the moment something happens and you suddenly jump into combat, I want to just be right onto it. Okay. Like, and I'm not tooting the horn of anything in particular here, but like, imagine that you're playing in my game and we're playing a Powered by the Apocalypse game. Maybe it's Dungeon World, and you're exploring a room, and there's several there's several wooden doors that cover exits to this room, and you've creeped in, and there's some fires burning in the braziers, and in the center of the room is a vast idol made of a red colored stone, and it has rubies for eyes, and the group is like, oh man, maybe we should get these. Maybe we should get these rubies. And they're messing around with them. And then suddenly I describe drums in the dark, doors are banging, one of the doors slams open, and lizardmen begin streaming in to the room, and a javelin gets hurled out from the masses, sailing right at the fighter. Fighter, what do you do? And we're in combat. Like, boom, it's going. And the fighter goes, I raise my shield. And I go, great, make a defy danger roll. And then I cut over and I go, rogue, there's at least 24 lizardmen, too many to count, swarming in all over the room. What are you doing? And he's like, I'm going to go hide. I go, while he does that, wizard, what are you doing? Right? And then you're bouncing around. And boom, we are in the combat. In D&D, I get so frustrated when there is this awesome, cool cinematic moment. Like, the doors kick open, the lizard folk then begin pouring into the chamber, and it's time to do... Everybody rolls D20. Everybody remembers their bonuses. Everybody gives you a number. The numbers starts off in the 10s, and now it's in the 20s. And now by the time of this game, it's 35. It's 44. Okay. Who got a 44? You got a 44. Okay. I'll put this person here. Okay. I have 17 monsters behind me. Am I rolling them as a group? Am I rolling them initiative? I don't know. I'm rolling dice. I'm adding numbers. I guess they go here. No, wait, what did you get? You got a 35. Okay, I'll put the 35 here. Who got a tie? Who wants to go first? Okay, well, the monsters are going to go first, but you two have a tie, so you have to decide. Well, I should go first because I'm going to do this. Well, I was thinking about casting. Okay, well, then we'll swap. And I hate it. I hate it so much. When we just played our 5th edition campaign, Ryan, please don't even get me started on the oops, I didn't select my token. Oh, that's the worst, Ryan. But we just played 5th edition. I used group initiative. We used D6. we used everybody declare. Then combat leader rolls D6. Monsters roll D6. Whoever gets the highest acts first. If we get simultaneous, everybody goes at once. It was messy. It was chaotic. It was crazy. But the most important part is it was fast. And I thought it was great. But for me, something that Aaron and I have been talking about, we really like the legend. I joined the chat and I hear Derek say, I hate it so much. I miss you, Derek. Well, thank you. Aaron and I really like the Legend of the Five Rings game, and I think it is a great, fantastic game. It's not perfect. Nothing is. And we've talked about this game on the session before, or the stream before, but similar to Pathfinder, there are sort of three modes of play. And one of them is what they call the conflict scene. And the conflict scene is when you are sort of in initiative and you're going in turns and you're, making more tactical movement. And it almost feels like the game is too cool for that. Like the game runs so smoothly, and then suddenly you're in this conflict scene and you're rolling initiative, and the game feels like it shudders to a halt, because suddenly everything is so granular and so particular, and it just disrupts the smooth flow that you had going on in the game prior to rolling initiative. But again, for me, I think the most important part of this is, if you were playing D&D back in the 80s, winning initiative could easily mean the difference between life and death. But nowadays, going first, it's like, well, I'm going to go and he's going to go. A lot of times you win initiative, you end up delaying anyway. So what are we even doing here? Right? Again, it's just one of those classic, classic situations where it's like, what is the point? If you want initiative and you go, I delay. So what does that even mean? It's very silly to me. And it's a needlessly complicated and involved step. And now you have feats and exploration activities in Pathfinder 2 that can add to it. And it just complicates, it just keeps complicating it, just keeps complicating it, and just keeps complicating it. And again, everybody just gets one turn per round per initiative. I'll tell you, where is it? Hackmaster. Here it is. It's over here. Hackmaster 5th edition, ironically enough, Hackmaster 5th edition, it has an initiative system which you wouldn't believe. It's completely unwieldy. But in Hackmaster, your character essentially goes it's like second 1, second 2, second 3, second 4, second 5. And everybody is moving their characters at the same time. But if your character, and if you attack or if you take an action, your character is sort of like on a delay until they can start acting again. In Hackmaster, a character that is, quote, has a good initiative or has a high dexterity literally can act more often than the other players. And so that's the only game where I feel like initiative actually makes a difference, because your really quick, fast acting, super nimble character, they literally may have more turns than the character who is slow to react and slow to do everything, because that's how that game works. And I don't, but again, it's kind of unplayable because it's so, it's just so detailed, but it's so silly how much time is spent. And I get it. And also too, how many rounds are your combats in these games? 2 rounds, 3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds. It's a lot of work to just to establish an order of who goes when. Even just making the order set, I think, is a fine option. Yeah, Owen said that, so that's totally reasonable. But yeah. Yes, GM Scott, actually, this game does use weapon speeds. So in Hackmaster, if you attack with something like a dagger, you are going to be able to go again much faster than someone who, say, attacks with a big two-handed polearm because of the recovery time. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how we got about initiative, but yeah, I'm not a fan of initiative, and I just think it's just it just doesn't really serve a purpose anymore. Ben said it best. It's kind of a vestigial organ. It doesn't really do a whole lot anymore. But yeah. Anyways, we're up there tonight, getting ready, making the set and the scenery. Bob and I were talking, and I got to tell you, he's excited. He's really excited to play Root. And I think it'll be a lot of fun for him. So we're looking to bring in some interesting cast choices for the Root game. And I think it'll be a lot of fun because I love I love the idea of a true role-playing game where the mechanics are the interesting decisions that your character is going to make. And it'll be just so different from just everything else that, you know, this channel has focused on. And again, Root's just one example of that, but there's just a lot of other games as well. I mean, for our personal home game, we may be playing Avatar Legends. So I think that'll be interesting as well. We might also play Legend of the Five Rings. We haven't decided yet. Goblin Twink. No, Root, the role-playing game, which is based off of Root, the board game. So again, it's one of those things where, you know, I struggle with this in D&D when I play. If you've seen me playing on Quest for the Frozen Flame. Here's a problem. Here's a fundamental problem that I have, and there are solutions to this. There are games that solve this solution, or solve this problem. I just don't think Fantasy 20 solves it particularly well. So the first thing is, and again, this may not apply to you, but the first thing is, when you play standard D20, Fantasy 20, and a player wants to do something that, you know, they say I want to do X. Okay. You basically have sort of three options. You can look at the rules and you could say, yes, you can do that. Or you could look at the rules and you could say, no, you can't do that. Or you could look at the rules and say, well, the rules say you can't do that, or the rules don't really specify what you can do. And, but we can make something up. And if your GM says, yes, you can do that. Okay, great. You did it. And the game moves on. The GM says, no, you can't do that. No, well then no, you can't. And you got to kind of go back to square one. Or the GM either makes something up or there's a rule that applies. And then we are at a die roll. And the die roll is going to be success or fail. And if your character fails, then the only thing that you usually lose is time or opportunity, or most of the time, if we're being honest with ourselves, nothing. And where the problem comes in is I like to say yes, even if it's not in the rules. I like to say yes, like you could do that. Let's make up a rule, or let's make up a role, and let's figure it out how we're going to do that. The problem I have is that doesn't cost the player anything. And a big part for games for me is resources, because that's what makes the actions have meaning and have consequences. So as an example, if we're playing Pathfinder 2 and somebody wanted to do something that wasn't quite within the context of the rules, in Quest for the Frozen Flame, right? Kaz's barbarian Thrawn wanted to hurl somebody as a weapon. Okay, there's probably a feat for that somewhere that no one will ever take in the history of the game being played. So if they do that, and you say, no, you can't do that. Okay, great. You're setting the tone of your game. We are playing a board game. We're not playing a role-playing game. We're playing a board game. And I'm being kind of mean about that, but there's a appeal to that. I don't want to say it's adversarial, because, you know, as the GM, I might not necessarily be trying to win, but there is sort of a appeal to a certain type of player who says, I want to win the game by playing only the game's rules. I don't want to cheat. I don't want to go outside of the box. I want to solve the problem with the tools that are presented to me in the game directly. I want to build a character that can do X and Y and Z, and I want to have that matter because I want the rules to apply. All right. Now you could do that. And there's a lot of people, I think, who come to Pathfinder 2 who, in particular, who are very comforted by that. They're comforted by this idea of, I don't have to make anything up. There's probably a rule for it, and the rule's going to tell me what it does. And as a player, I know what I can do and I know what I can't do. And it's very spelled out for me. And if I want to do something, I don't have to worry about convincing my GM that I should be able to do it. Okay? All I have to do is take the feat or take the power or whatever. And now I can do it. And the game says I can. And we don't have to get into this weird in-between space. And that's fine. That's fun to a certain extent. And I'm not saying I don't enjoy that. But as a GM, I've been doing this for a long time. I want to say, yeah, fuck yeah, you could do that. That sounds awesome. You're going to hurl this guy like a living missile across the battlefield. Of course you can. That's awesome. So now we're back to a check. And the check is going to determine whether they are successful or not. Fine. Great. Cool. And obviously success is neat. You get to do damage or do whatever, get your thing across. And if you fail, okay, you failed. But what did it really cost you? Well, in an initiative, in combat, it might cost you your action, which is unfortunate, but it was going to cost you an action to attack anyways. So you're not really losing anything, but you're clearly operating outside of the game's intention. And so that makes me want to say, I want to say yes to you, but I also don't want to just give you a free lunch. And you could say, well, you could make it hard. And so this is what I hear a lot of times, which by the way, I'm going to tell you why I completely disagree with this. They'll say, well, I'll let them do it even if they don't have the feat or even if they don't have the thing, but I'll make it harder or I'll make it cost more actions. But then all you are doing is disincentivizing the action, and you're making it more likely that the character is going to fail and your character is going to be able to do less in a turn. And guess what? I don't want to encourage that. I don't want to promote the game being like, you're doing something fun and interesting and exciting, and I'm going to punish you with the ability to do less on your turn because that action takes more actions, or by giving you some sort of penalty, which means that you're vastly more likely to fail, thus kind of negating doing it in the first place. So it's kind of problematic because I want to let the barbarian throw this person as a living missile, but I also don't expect for them to have this feat. And the tools that the game gives me, which is, to be fair, limited, is, make it more difficult, make it take more actions. And that's or say no, I guess, would be the other thing it would say. And that's a tough place to be in because I don't think any of those options are particularly interesting. Especially making the cool thing harder because Strat. Because when you tell someone, oh, you could totally hurl that person as a living missile, but I'm going to give you a -4 penalty to your attack. And then someone goes, okay, well, I'll just strike him with my fist instead because I still want to be effective and I still want to do things. And the game says we're playing D20. So if you succeed, you get everything. If you fail, you get nothing. You miss. You don't do 2 points of damage or 1 point of damage or 0 points of damage or half damage. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. So there's a really big incentive to not do anything that is going to increase your chance of failure because failure is so punishing in D20 games. So you can say, sure, I'm just going to let you do it. And you could do it for one action, and you could do it with no penalty to your action, no penalty to your attack, no penalty to your skill check. You can just do it. But when I do that, now the game element that we've been playing suffers because now things are meaningless. We have feats or I have special abilities, but they don't matter because I could just do something. And if I make it up, the GM will make a ruling and we'll play with that. And you can play like that. That's totally fine. But understand that you are fundamentally sacrificing the strategic enjoyment and element of the game aspect of your role-playing game when you do that. So it puts me in a really, really tough space when I'm playing a game like Pathfinder 2 because I don't have a lot of options at my disposal in order to apply a cost. And this is where in a game like Blades in the Dark or Powered by the Apocalypse or 2D20 system, where I have additional levers and knobs that allow me as a GM to say, yes, you can do that, but it's going to cost you 2 fatigue. Or yes, you can do that, but I'm going to gain threat, or it's going to cost you momentum, or it's going to cost you stress. And we're not changing the fundamental nature of the game. We're not changing your success or failure rate. We're still allowing these actions to occur, but we are applying a meaningful cost that isn't necessarily, punitive and disruptive to your character's ability to continue to play the game. Because, you could apply a cost in D20 with things like hit points, but that's number one. There's a problem there with, okay, I'm going to die because I'm using hit points. But also, people don't want to lose hit points typically in a fight. So that is not something that most people are willing to just throw around as a resource. So you just don't have a lot of options in that case for the game to sort of be able to sort of tap into and use. And that is something that I find, again, frustrating. Because as a GM, I want to encourage my players to build good characters, like, in the mechanics of the game, but also be creative and come up with cool ideas while we are playing the game. So those two things can be at odds in Fantasy 20 games, especially modern Fantasy 20 games. Because if you build a good character, that means that character matters, which means if you allow people to do stuff and get away with it, you're sort of diminishing the value of having that. But if you don't allow players to do fun, cool things, imaginative things, then your game is essentially a board game and has a board game element. And there's no easy, there's no easy transition between those two. So I think that is, the situation. Now, to be fair, if you and your play group don't actually care about, if you and your players don't actually care about the inherent cost of an action from a game mechanic perspective, then more power to you. But, it's one of those situations where it can be a slippery slope. Slippery slope. And I think sometimes people don't realize what they're giving up. Now, to be fair, I mean, again, I think about these games far more deeply than I think most people do, which could be arguably to my detriment. I want the game to be compelling and interesting and fun, but I like for these actions to have a cost, because the cost lets us evaluate, what do you as a player think is important? That's like the game aspect of it. What does your character as a person in our narrative, what do they think is important? And I think that's something that is lost all the time when you get into these situations of either you get it for free because you took the feat, or you didn't take the feat and you get it for free because your GM said, yeah, that's fine, we'll just allow you to do that. We don't really get to see what your character is willing to pay. We don't really see what your player, you the person, is willing to pay in order to achieve their goals and their ends. And to be honest with you, that just might not be interesting to some people. I just know that it's very interesting to me. I am not interested as much in whether or not my character is going to succeed. What I am interested in is, what is my character willing to pay in order to succeed? What is my character willing to give up in order to succeed? So I think that is far more interesting to me about whether or not it is successful. I know there's been a bunch of chats, so I missed a bunch of stuff, but let me see what we got here. A bunch of stuff here. Strat's talking about resources. Ayla, I have mixed feelings on resource management. I agree to an extent that resource management is fun to interact with, but I also think it doesn't make sense for it to be a resource it shouldn't be. I mean, obviously you're coming from a more simulationist aspect, but I mean, I think there's plenty of resources that could be simulationist. So, and you're saying in my example here, it shouldn't have cost you anything other than his action. So, which is fine if you want to devalue things like feats and class abilities in your game. And you could totally do that. That's totally reasonable. Kragan says, it's hard to have resource management be important and interesting without it being tedious. To be clear, Kragan, I'm not necessarily talking about how many torches or how many rations you have in your backpack. I am talking about tools and options. Done well, resource management is like having money in your wallet. It actually is an empowering thing. You are giving your players currency that they can use in order to do interesting things in your game. And dare I say it, bend the rules a little bit, but it's going to cost them. And now they have an interesting decision to make. They have a decision to make. Is doing this thing, which is interesting or maybe a little rules breaking or a little bit more powerful, is it worth paying some percentage of essentially what I have in my wallet? And I just think that's a very compelling set of circumstances is really what it comes down to. And I think that is, I think that's important to know. Torches and rations stuff can be interesting if that's the game you're going for, but that's not always the game that I'm going for. John says, I'm the type of player that tracks arrows and rations whether the GM wants me to or not. That's not exactly the type of resources I'm talking about here, John, but that is good to know. Bruno, that is not what Bruno, that is not a bad option, actually. The issue, Bruno, there is how hero points are gained. When you as the player do not control how you gain access to more resources, that is when that becomes a little problematic, because now you're like, instead of an adult spending the salary out of their wallet, which they earned, and they know if I go and do my job, I will fill it up again. You're like a kid who sometimes gets money from his parents. And you're like, sometimes when I'm a good boy or a good girl, mom gives me $20 or $10 and I put it in my wallet and I can spend it. But sometimes I do my chores and I don't get anything. I don't necessarily understand the direct connection between action and reward. And so it could be problematic and not lead me to situations where I'm going to spend these resources like I would if I also understood how I can regain them. That is the most important part of this resource cycle, is you have to understand not just how you can spend the resources, but how you can gain them as well. And I think that's really interesting to me. Again, it's not for every game. I mean, like, if I'm playing old school Essentials D&D, then I want to I don't want things that can affect my success rate, right? I just, like, I'm there to just, play the game and let the dice fall where they may, and just sort of end up, where I'm at. But that's not the type of game that I want to play right now. I mean, the OSC books are right there on my shelf. They're gorgeous, by the way, but that's not sort of the game that I'm interested in. I am interested in, there's a line from the Mouse Guard RPG, which is written. Mouse Guard is a RPG by Luke Crane. It's about anthropomorphic mice, and the Mouse Guard are sort of like the Jedi Knights, if you will, of the Mouse Kingdoms. And from their capital, or from their headquarters, there is a saying. It's kind of the motto of the Mouse Guard, and it's carved on the wall there at Lockhaven, which is their headquarters. And it says, it matters not what you fight, but what you fight for. And that question is, for me personally, what I've just been really more interested in role-playing games lately. I'm less interested in what you're fighting. I'm more interested in why. I'm not interested in whether you're going to succeed or not. I'm interested in what are you willing to pay personally as a character in order to find success. I think that's just more interesting and more compelling to me than where we've been, which is, can I beat all the monsters? Which is fine if that works for you. Again, I'm not shitting on that style of play. I love that style of play. I'm just saying that's where I'm at right now. I mean, this is Friday Night Hangs. We're just hanging out. So, let's see. Sorry, there's a lot of chats here. Oh. Have you ever tried to throw a person? It's not that easy. I'm positive it is not. So GM Scott says, the monk in my PF2 team wanted to activate his belt of lifting to throw a gangplank against a demon. I said, sure, give me an athletics check. If you fail, you just glance him. Otherwise, it's a solid hit. I don't mind this because activating your belt of lifting is a cost. You know, I don't know if you can only activate it so many times per day. I'm not 100% sure about that. But yeah, so I'm assuming you can only activate it so many times per day. But it makes it, I think, a more compelling situation or a compelling game. Let's see. Bruno says you can apply a cost with conditions like clumsy, drained, fatigue, flat-footed, and stupefied. And honestly, Bruno, I actually think that is the best answer for Pathfinder 2 that I have actually heard in the chat today. And historically, that is kind of what I have done as well. For games in which I wasn't worried about YouTube giving me a bunch of shit because I used optional rules, like when we played Abomination Vaults in our personal game, I would frequently use conditions as applying as a cost. Now, the problem is numbers, the math is tight in Pathfinder 2, and giving someone something like clumsy or drained or fatigued is a real cost. But I kind of going back to what I was talking about though, Bruno, there's a difference between, it feels like it's the same, but there's a difference between me, the GM, saying, here is this resource. It's yours. Spend it or not, but use it to do cool shit. And that is fundamentally psychologically different than saying you don't have any resources, but I'm willing to let you do some interesting, dare I say, rule bendy stuff, but I am going to mathematically and systematically punish you for doing that. It's like a very like type 1, type 2 reward, right? Like you can reward a dog. There are two ways to reward a dog. You can give it a positive reward, which is to say, I'm giving you a reward, or you can give it negative punishment, which is you are currently in a very unpleasant situation, like you're being shocked or trapped or beaten, or you're locked in a cage, and I'm going to remove that punishment. That is it. It's a form of reward. And obviously, one of those feels better and is better than the other. And so I think, you know, the same thing with your situation. You are giving the Claire character punishment for trying to do something interesting as a cost for doing it. That sends a message that I don't think I want to send. Is it a valid option? Yes. Does it cost them something? Of course it does. But it's not the psychological message that I want to send. That's the distinction. That's the difference, Bruno. I think your solution is correct. I just don't know that it works like it does. And that's why, Bruno, I have historically used like the doomed condition a lot, or the wounded condition, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't like fuck your AC or fuck your to hit. It matters in the sense that you might die. But when we were playing Abomination Vaults, and I remember Smith had sort of an occultist wizard. I think he was a wizard, free archetype witch. And so he had like arcane and occult or something like that. And he tried to do something with a haunt. And I said, yeah, you could do that. But in order to make that check, he was trying to do something with a skill check that was outside of the realm of what a skill check can do in Pathfinder 2. I said, yes, but by sort of draining the negative energy through you, your character is going to become doomed to succeed or fail. And if you critically fail, you're going to be doomed 3. And I said, and if you critically succeed, you'll be fine or something like that. You'll get what you want and you won't suffer the doom condition. And he said, those are acceptable terms and conditions. I agree to this sort of bet, and I will make my check. And that works fine for Doomed, because Aaron could end up being Doom 2 or Doom 3. And while that may technically get him closer to death, mechanically, it is not going to screw over his character the way that being drained to, or clumsy to, or frightened to, or sickened to would in the context of the game. So that's where I sort of, I like that condition. I like that operative condition. Wounded is sort of the same way. Wounded is more of a short term, which is ironic because it's wounded. But because wounded is so easy to restore after an encounter, it is something that you can hit against players while they're playing, and it doesn't matter until it does. And then when it does matter, it's a big fucking deal. But the players are able to obviously deal with that one pretty quickly. So, yeah. A lot of chats tonight. Let's see, Jason. The more I listen to you muse on the philosophy of RPGs, the more I think GURPS is the best game. It's been a while since I've read my GURPS, and I'm probably like 5 editions out of date. But sometimes I worry that games like GURPS, they lack soul. They don't have a soul. They aren't trying to do anything. GURPS is trying to be an RPG. Is what GURPS is trying to be. GURPS is trying to be a mechanical representation of reality, and that is not necessarily what I'm always looking for. You aren't sacrificing anything, in my opinion. Feats and making a call can simply exist side by side without hand wringing. It's fine to just play with both. It's never been an issue for me and my group. It's awesome that it has never been an issue for you and your group, but it is the case that if I let somebody do something that someone else has a feat to do, you are in a situation where you're either going to say, no, you cannot do that, or you're going to say, yes, you can do that. And if you say either one of those, in my opinion, you are doing something that I don't want to encourage or allow. Why should a skeleton have to take a feat to play dead? Because Pathfinder hates fun. Rules and restrictions are fun. I agree. Rules and restrictions are fun. But sometimes that restriction doesn't necessarily have to mean no or free lunch. It can mean something else as well. Let's see here. I agree. Actions are resources, Jason. That you're not wrong. You're absolutely right. The distinctive difference there is, I feel very particularly, especially in Pathfinder or any D20 game. Let me summarize this. I think stunning people and slowing people, and the worst of all, paralyzing people, is the absolute most dickish thing that you can do as a game master, because I hate those statuses and I don't think they should be in the game, especially not paralyze. Probably even dominate or confuse, honestly. If combat turns took, I don't know, if it took 10 minutes to get around the table and back to a person, okay, fine, maybe. And if the combat was 6 rounds long, maybe. But for a combat to last 3 rounds, and for each round of combat to be 20 to 25 minutes, and have a player show up at your session and say, I'm here with my character and I'm ready to play. Now, I get it. That's a simulation. That's just what ghouls do. I get it, but it doesn't have to be that way. Guess what? Somebody made that up. I don't know how to tell you this. Ghouls aren't real. Somebody made that up. Gary Gygax made that up. And, you've seen what his games are like. Touch the door. Oh, make a save throw. You die. Asking somebody to say, skip your turn in a game about being a fantasy action hero is way too much of a price for me. And I hate stealing people's actions from them. So I'll give you a great example of this. Maybe people don't do this, but you're playing Pathfinder 2. Your character is reduced to 0 hit points. Maybe from a critical hit, they're dying too. They fall to the ground. Maybe you're there for a round. Maybe you're not. Maybe a cleric comes over and they use a healing spell on you. And they hit you with the big level 5 heal. 5d10. They got the healing hands. 5d10 plus 42 because they've got a staff of healing. Roll it. Boom. 75 hit points. You're like, yes, I'm up. And you're ready to go. Kick ass. Take it revenge. Here's the problem. You're dual wielding. Both your flick maces are on the ground. It's one action to pick up one. It's one action to pick up the other one. Then I got to stand up. And that's my turn. So even being like brought back from the dead, or, you know, which should be this really awesome, cool moment, somehow doesn't feel like an awesome, cool moment. Your character's about to die, but you have hero points left. You spend them all. Your character stabilizes at 0 and is still just slumped unconscious on the floor. When we played Rise of the Rune Lords, if you go back and watch it, if a character, my rule was, we played with the stamina rule. So virtually half of your hit points were now stamina, and the other half of your hit points were your actual hit points. If a character was down, a character could spend all of their hero points. Their character would go to 1 hit point, get all of their stamina back. So essentially they only have 1 real hit point, but they have like 50% of their hit points back. They could grab their equipment and stand up, because I want that character to have that amazing moment where they're cashing in all of their stuff and standing up. Hey, Ben, I don't know if you left already. I just saw in the chat you're heading out. So enjoy Dune, and thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the tip, and thanks for setting us on this course. So I want to encourage these really cool moments. Asking a player to be unconscious, and then when they finally get to re-enter the battlefield, their amazing cool action is gathering up their shit and standing up. Oh, not cool. Easy fix. Just let players pick up their stuff as part of their action to get up. You could totally do that, Ayla. You could make that change. But that isn't the rule. And to be fair, Ayla, I did make that change. You know, when a character is healed from full, hell, I even made it that when you spend your hero points, you don't just stabilize at 0 hit points. I actually made it so that you re-enter the combat. And you know, there you go. Now, that's right. There I go. But that is going back to my thing about actions. I don't want to charge people actions to do cool stuff. Because to me, actions are the most important thing. Actions, doing stuff, is why we came to the game. It's why we showed up. I want to do things. And if you're costing me actions to do stuff, I feel like I don't want to pay actions to do stuff. I want to do stuff instead. Rodrigo, what about Fate? Have you tried that? I've played Fate many times. It's a fun system. It's very generic, obviously. Again, it's kind of like GURPS in the sense that it can be a little soulless at times because the game isn't trying to create a certain type of feel or experience. It's just trying to do what it does. And that can be a really strong, powerful advantage and very great tool. But it is not, I don't dislike it by any stretch of the imagination, but it is not my favorite system for sure. Ayla says, no sane person should play Pathfinder 2 raw. Well, I bet you there's a lot of Pathfinder 2 people, Ayla, who disagree with you. Would I consider D20 soulless? In form, if not execution. I mean, D20 is fundamentally a game that is trying to be about something, sort of. I just don't know that it succeeds at that. I think that's the problem with D20, is that it wants to be this game of high-flying, heroic adventure. And I don't know that the mechanics and the terms of it really, set, really accomplish that. That's what it really comes down to. So it wants to be that, but I don't know that it is that, because Pathfinder 2, 5th edition, I mean, they are just derivatives of 4th edition and 3rd edition, which was derivatives of 2nd edition and 1st edition. And they haven't really changed a lot in the game. So fundamentally, those earlier versions of the games were not about heroic fantasy, right? They were about exploring a dungeon and giving you rules to do so. And I still feel like that DNA is sort of in D20, but they've removed the parts of that made it interesting, but failed to give us tools that actually allow us to be heroic and fantastic adventurers. Not saying that you can't have fun with the system. I have fun with the system all the time. I just find that I get really frustrated because I really want to be able to go to a player and say, yes, you can do something, but it's going to cost you a resource. And that resource isn't going to fuck you over in the game.
Tip $10. A tip because I can't decide which RPG to buy next, so I'll spend some extra money here. Lol. JK, I don't feel like I give enough for all I get from CoLC. So here's a couple bucks.
Well, thank you, Unfortunate Pumpkin, for that tip. And that's fine. And as you say that, I'm pretty sure, I think Monday, you're probably getting like a, I don't know, maybe like a $50 gift certificate from us for being a Hero Point leader. So don't quote me on that. I don't know exactly where you are in the standings. I know you're getting something. So it's funny that, you know, as you say, you don't give us enough. I'm literally going to be giving you back like $50. So, you know, it is what it is. I think Monday, I think we're giving out like $2,000 in prizes to our patrons. Yeah. Jason, you want people to pay a price for doing things, but you don't want to charge people their most valuable resource. Exactly, Jason. I want, I want people to feel like they have a toolbox that they can dip into, and it's a way of saying to the players, what do you think
GM Scott tipped
is important?
$5. At one point, you praised Root as having one of the best player resource systems. How does Avatar compare? Avatar might be better. I really like what Root's doing, and it's a fantastic system. But Avatar came came after Root. Avatar is Magpie Games is just making each game better. Mophidius is doing this with their 2D20 system. Conan, I wasn't super impressed with. Star Trek Adventures, much better. Dune, even better in the way that they are using their system to create compelling and interesting decisions. And Avatar to me is incredible in the way that it gives you options as a player and as a GM in order to do and to accomplish things. And we can get into that a little bit because it doesn't matter. It's Friday night. I'm just here because I'm bored. You guys are hanging out because you're like me and you don't have anything else to do here. Strat. Oh, wow. Hero Point leaderboard gives gift certificates. It sure does, Strat. It sure does. Again, I got to check my spreadsheet. But, well, we're going to be giving out a bunch of prizes on Monday. Number one, we have our December Hero Point leader. And remember, these are the monthly prizes, which you can only win once a year. So this will be somebody who wins a monthly prize. Then we have our quarter 4, because it was the end of a quarter. We have a quarterly prize. So we got to give away those 2 normal prizes the same way we normally do. Then we're doing the annual prizes, where the top 20 Hero Point prize, top 20 Hero Point totals for the year will get a series of decreasing gift certificates. So, you know, some people are going to be walking away with $75, $100, $200. And then we're also going to be giving away the table, and the prize drawing for the table, which is available to all of the patrons who are currently an active patron. So we got a lot of stuff to give away. Anonymous tipped $5. Flick maces are exclusively for gnomes.
I don't know who Anonymous is in this case, but you know, listen, the gnomish people should have safeguarded that. They made a big mistake when they started giving out their Flick Mace tech. It was the only thing that was keeping people into the gnomish race, and they gave it away. Flick Maces literally said, can only be used by a gnome. You'd have a lot more gnomes being played in the system right now. All right, let me start here, catch up. So GM Scott, I do want to get back to what you were saying here. Jason, I think you are wanting to have your cake and eat it too. If a resource is valuable enough to be interesting, it's going to hurt when they are used. Let me rephrase it then, Jason. I want to have a resource that is important to you, but doesn't prevent you from having a good time. Let me use an example, a metaphor, if you will. You go to the Disney World, you go to the amusement park, and you pay your admission. And guess what? You can ride all the rides. They are available for you to ride as you will. However, you are given 5 special tickets, and you can use those tickets to immediately jump to the front of the line. Some rides, the ones that aren't really super popular, only cost 1 ticket, and other rides, which are very popular, cost
London tipped
$2
$5.
tickets.
If prizes are top 20, I think I have a shot. Here's some offset.
Thank you, London. I cannot confirm or deny where people fall on the spectrum, but thank you for the offset. I appreciate it. So I have my 5 tickets. 1 ticket gets me onto any ride or unpopular rides. It would cost me 2 tickets to get onto the more popular rides. And again, this is right to the front of the line. And then the brand new ride.
Lollipop Candy tipped $10. Is this where I deposit the gift certificate funds?
Thank you, Lollipop Candy. You people, listen, stop. I'm trying to give you prizes for being good members of the Patreon. If you have a lot of hero points, it's most likely because you ran a shitload of games, or just because you're an awesome badass who does a lot of fun and beneficial things for our community. This is a way of me saying, thank you, here you go. Don't just start tipping me money so that I can just give it right back to you. Take it. That's why the tip goal tonight was $1. I'm trying to finish my thing for Jason here. Damn it, Lollipop. Stop being so damn disrespectful with your tips, trying to offset the gift certificate that I'm going to be giving you. Please. All right. Jason, you're at Disney World, the rides, 1 ticket, the shitty rides, 2 tickets, the cool rides, 3 tickets, the brand new one. Now I have 5 tickets and I have some choices to make. If I spend all my tickets, they don't kick me out of the park. It's not like I don't get to go and play on.
GM Scott tipped $10. Ignore this.
It's not like they kick me out of the park, and it's not like they say you can't ride on any more roller coasters. In fact, I'm kind of just like everybody else to ride. But because I'm special, aka a PC, I get these 5 tickets. And now I get to make some interesting choices. And maybe something else comes up, an opportunity. Maybe I can trade one of my tickets to get to a backstage pass. Maybe I could trade one of my tickets to get a really nice meal at a restaurant. The point is, I now have something that's valuable to me, but it's not essential. Does that make a difference? Valuable, but not essential. So, yes. Thank you, GM Scott. I did ignore that. Sorry. Jason, you're responding to Jason. The problem is that if one starts asking, you can do what's fun or you can be effective in a game that is mechanically about being effective. The correct answer is usually to say not having fun. Yes. Yes. Being paralyzed 4 is fantastically rough. I don't think I've gotten a hero point in months. I'm sorry, Anthony. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know where everybody is on the standings. Although the most valuable resource is XP, and if I recall correctly, Derek's fine with XP costs, at least in 3.5 edition. That is true. That is actually very true. Well, and this is where I like to talk about resources on different scales. Short-term resources, medium-term resources, long-term resources. RPG Musings with the super chat. You people. I stepped away and came back, and all I heard was stop tipping. So here's a tip in support. Thank you. Thank you, RPG Musings. Appreciate it. It is appreciated, but yes. I'll just do this every time. I'll say, never stop, never tip. Yeah, trade your ticket for a beer. Absolutely. It's so funny how this community acts. I love it. This is quintessential us. Guys, I'm trying to give away money. Here's money. Stop. Oh, wait, you get hero points for running games your Patreon? Explain. Yes. Yes, Strat explained it right. We just have a system on our Patreon where if you run games or if you do something that's cool and beneficial, one of me or the mods can award you a hero point. We track them month to month. Whoever has the most at the end of the month wins a prize. You can only win that once, so you might have the most 2 months in a row, but then the next guy or gal wins it. We buy you a $50 role-playing game book of your choice. We sign it, we send it out to you. And then at the end of the year, we're doing the total hero points earned for the entire year. So, and giving out some bigger prizes and more of them. So, Jason's played every edition but 4th edition. No, Jason, 4th edition was fun. Okay. So let's talk about Avatar. So you mentioned about the resource costs. So in how to do this? I want to pull up the. I don't think I want to pull up the book. So I might have to go to, you guessed it, the whiteboard. Okay.
Kragen tip $22.
Hey, Kragen, thank you.
Got to hit that 10,000% tip goal.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Got to hit that 10,000. You know, it is very important. All right. Oh, this is not it. Go. Boom. There it is. Oh, geez. Let me shrink it down. All right, here we go. So, in a game like Avatar, the game actually has a couple different ways that you can actually sort of track resources. And we've talked about this before, but and again, this isn't really about this isn't really so much about how do I say this? This isn't so much about the resource itself as it is about what does the resource, you know, how do we sort of respond to the resources? Because again, one of the things that I think is really interesting is this idea that you have a variety of resources that are important to your character, but not necessarily essential to your character succeeding as such. So in Avatar, the first thing is your character has a track. Each character in Avatar has two principles, principle 1 and principle A and principle B. So if we look at a character like the Adamant, all right, who is a zealous advocate with a heart of gold and a diamond hard will, ready to do what it takes to fix the world, their balance principles are restraint versus results. And this is called your character's balance in Avatar. And it is a track, actually, that kind of looks something like that. And what your character is going to do is, throughout the course of the game, maybe not moment to moment, but you know, over the course of maybe several or many sessions, your character is going to shift towards restraint or results. And there are mechanical effects to this, but it is principally and primarily a role-playing thing, which is to say your character is either focused on holding back and restraining themselves, or your character is more focused on getting things done. And part of the challenge of playing this character is maintaining that balance. And there are advantages to being so far out of balance. If your character is very focused on restraint, or your character is very focused on results, that can be very powerful for your character, but can also potentially create an opportunity or a weakness for your character. But there are many situations in this game where the GM might say to you, hey,
John Harrison tipped $10.
Thanks,
Gnome
John.
Flick maces are for gnomes. Stop claiming gnome ancestry to use them, you bastards.
Thank you, John. I joked that for Northern Reaches Season 2. Northern Reaches Season 1, the Gnome Flick Mace was banned. It was the only thing that was banned right off the start from the game. As sort of a meme, because, I think the Gnome Flick Mace is very cheesy and broken. But I joked that with the new changes to the ancestries, I'm like, all right, I will allow Gnomish Flick Maces, but only if you're a gnome, and just to see how many more gnomes we get in the course of the game. But it is a broken weapon. I mean, I'm glad they fixed it. At least they made the damage lower, but it's still very powerful. And so one of the things that you can do in a Powered by the Apocalypse game is a character can try to do something, and I could say, all right, well, you're not very good at that. Mechanically in the game, by the way, in Powered by the Apocalypse, just for people who don't know, you're rolling 2d6 plus a stat. And a stat is going to be anywhere from -1 to, at an absurd level, +3. But most of the time, you're going to have a -1, a 0, a +1, or a +2. There are options in the game where your character could go to try to do something, and you're not very good at that particular thing. You might have a +0, and the GM is authorized to basically say, well, you know what? If you want, you can roll that with a +3, but it's going to shift your balance towards one of these two options. Okay? And I should note there's also mechanical consequences if your character goes off the end of this. And sometimes in an encounter with a creature or with a person, yes, even a social encounter, they might do something to you that causes you to push your balance over the edge, right? They might say something to you, sort of a tipping point in your character's sort of personality. And so if you agree to this and you say, you know what, I am going to shift my balance towards results because right now I can't worry about being restrained. I have to get this done. And I'm like, well, that sounds like you're very results oriented. I'm going to shift your balance towards results if you do this. And the player says, you know what? Not only is that worth it for me as a player, right? It's an interesting resource decision for me as a player, but also you feel like, but this also reflects my character, where their headspace is at and where they are moving towards, right? They came into this season feeling like they needed to do a better job of showing restraint because, when we were in that, Earth Kingdom town and I went all Super Saiyan and a lot of innocent people got hurt, I said, you know what? I'm too powerful to let myself do this. But now here I am and my friends are in danger. And I'm realizing that my character does care more about results than restraint. So not only as a player do I want that sick ass +3 bonus, which is definitely going to give me a huge advantage to win or to succeed, but I'm also willing to pay the resource because it makes sense for me as a player and as a character that my character is going to shift their balance. Maybe I was here and now my characters is going to be here. That much closer to sort of the end of the track, right? It doesn't go below -1. And in the case of having a +3, somehow already the offer would do nothing. There is no way to basically get a +3 any other way, Strat. Would be my answer. Jason, a mechanic that I have heard of from the Planet Mercenary RPG, a game I do not recognize, is that every time you get hit, instead of having hit points, you have to sacrifice one of your mooks, an NPC. That's Jason, that's a fantastic resource. I love that idea. That's awesome. That's very cool. It's something that Aaron and I have talked a lot about how in old school role-playing games, which had this this meat grinder, a lot of characters died, but we're like, but I think part of the problem is not enough people played with retainers and henchmen, and they kind of acted like red shirts from Star Trek, the original series, where, they provided sort of a meat shield, and it still felt like a real loss because these were your people dying, but at least you didn't have to make a new character. So I actually really think that's a really cool resource, and I really like that. The problem comes in when the player incentives diverge from what makes sense for the character. With the GM offering these deals, it is less likely to be a problem, especially with such a design track. Yes, exactly. So the idea here, though, is that this is a resource pool that is very, very, very long term, right? This is very powerful, and it really speaks to our character and what they're capable of doing. The next thing is Avatar, like some of the more modern PBTA games, has a set of conditions. Okay. And these conditions are things like angry. This tells you how much I just immediately know the game. Let's see here. Is there an easy way? Now, I will say this about the book. There's a lot. This Avatar book, the way they decided to lay it out is they put all of the lore in the game first. I don't know that I love the way that they decided to kind of do that. And I question, again, I question that. Maybe they should have done something a little bit different. Okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, all the PBT, that is very good, true. So we got angry, we've got afraid, we've got guilty, insecure, pretend I spelled that correctly, and troubled. Okay, and a condition, not only is it an informative role-playing thing, but it's going to give you a -2 to certain skill checks and certain checks that you make. So, for example, if your character is angry, they are going to have the angry condition, and they will be of -2 if they want to guide and comfort somebody. Okay. So you're angry. How are you gonna guide and comfort somebody when you are angry? So conditions are something that can happen to your character. Sometimes a failed check can apply the condition, but the other thing that can happen is they can be applied by the GM, and your character has what's called a fatigue track. And the fatigue track is a resource that when your character gets, a nice, they're kind of like your hit points, but, they can come back when your character has a nice, relaxing, quiet moment. It doesn't have to be a full night's sleep, but, it could be, going to having a fun beach day, or it could be your character, quietly meditating at a beautiful location for the afternoon. It's not something that happens very quickly, but it is something that is going to restore your fatigue. Your character can use fatigue throughout the game to do certain things, like things that we were talking about before. Like as a GM, I might say, yeah, you can take that action, but it's going to cost you a point of fatigue, and a player can choose to spend it. At the same time, if an NPC inflicts a condition upon your character, you have two choices. You can usually either take the condition, or you can mark fatigue. But if your fatigue track is full, then you have to take the condition. And if your fatigue track is full, you can't use it in order to do these cool, fun things, like maybe do something a little bendy or a little cheaty. So you're in an interesting point where because you might say, well, no character would ever want these conditions, even if they aren't like the end of the world. So wouldn't they just always take fatigue first instead of taking like a condition? Like if the GM said, okay, well, you just failed the prisoner's escape, and I'm going to say that you have to mark angry or mark 2 fatigue. And you say, wouldn't they just mark 2 fatigue? Well, yeah, they might. But if they do, realize that means that they only have 1 point of fatigue left to do cool, game bendy, broken things. A character might say, you know what? No, I want to keep my fatigue as open as I possibly can. So I'm actually going to mark that my character is angry. And now it becomes a choice, right? It's a choice for your character to take it. I'm not telling you as a GM, your character's angry now, you have to be angry. As a player, not just a PC, but as a player, character, like the person playing the game, you get to make a fun choice. And now you might make that choice out of a sense of optimization, but you might also make that choice out of a sense of characterization. And either way, it is going to have a mechanical impact to the way that the game plays out. And that's what makes the game sort of ebb and flow. So you have these kind of long-term resources in the form of things like your balance, but then you also have this sort of more, I'll say it's, short to intermediate style system. Now, a lot of, for example, I'm not sure, Masks, I think, was the game that really introduced this idea of these sort of emotional conditions: angry, afraid, guilty, insecure, troubled. But Thirsty Sword Lesbians did a really, really good job with these. But what those games didn't have was this idea of this fatigue track. Now, Root, the Root, the role-playing game, it introduced the idea of these tracks that your character could sort of spend or use, okay? But it doesn't have the angry, afraid, guilty, insecure, or troubled conditions. In Root, it's kind of more of a hit point track. And if your fatigue track gets full, you go unconscious. And if your your depletion track gets full, then you can't pull anything else out of your pockets. You're broke, you're out of money, you don't have any potions left. You're just sort of dead out. Avatar combines them, and it makes this fatigue track plus these emotional conditions sort of this back and forth decision. And I think this is fantastic. I think this is brilliant. RPG Musings makes an excellent point, which is Mouse Guard also has those sort of conditions. And they 100% were inspired by games like Mouse Guard, which itself is taken from Torchbearer, which itself is taken from Burning Wheel. And for those of you who have never played Torchbearer, Torchbearer is sort of an indie RPG dungeon crawling game, and not a lot of people may know this game. So I kind of want to just briefly walk you through it, just so you kind of have an appreciation for what the game sort of means and sort of does. Okay, in Torchbearer, your character does not have hit points. Okay, they have conditions. Now, when you start the game, I'm saying Torchbearer. Torchbearer. RPG Music says Mouse Guard was way before Torchbearer. I will check. Mouse Guard First Edition. There's a second edition. Mouse Guard First Edition came out in... printed in China, first edition, 2008. And Torchbearer came out summer 2013. Hey, Mouse Guard. All right. Mouse Guard. Wait, I said mouse. Oh, I said, right. Reverse this. All right. Burning Wheel led to Mouse Guard. Mouse Guard led to Torchbearer. There we go. Okay. So in Torchbearer, you have fresh. So when you first go into the dungeon, your character starts off actually at fresh. This actually gives you a bonus, by the way, to your actions. And then you have hungry and thirsty, angry, exhausted, injured, sick, dead. Now, mechanically, in the game, each of these conditions does something, right? Mechanically. For example, if your character has the angry condition, they can't help out other characters with their tests. Essentially, you can't aid, right? You can't help in 5th edition terms. You can't aid if you're angry. If your character is hungry and thirsty, or hungry or thirsty, when you get into a combat, your character doesn't provide as many hit points, if you will. Now, the way it works is in Torchbearer is I should also note that the dead condition can only be given to a player if they are already either sick or injured. So you will never be able to, if you fail a test in Torchbearer, the GM can inflict a condition upon you as part of you failing the test. So, for example, your character in Torchbearer goes to pick a lock, and you fail. Now, Torchbearer is kind of a fail-forward mechanic. So the GM may say to you, you work at the lock, and it takes you a lot longer than you expected. By the time you finish, you are so pissed off. Everyone is impatient, and you just can feel them staring at you. You are so angry. You succeed, you pick the lock, but you are now angry. Mark angry. Now my character is angry. Similarly, as your characters spend a lot of time in the dungeon, the GM may say, okay, you've been in the dungeon for a certain amount of time. You are now hungry and thirsty. A trap goes off. My character tries to get out of the way and fails. I say, you are now injured. Now, injured is going to give me a penalty to doing a lot of physical activities. But it also means that if I fail another check, say another spear trap, the GM could say, you're dead. Because once I'm injured or sick, the GM can inflict the dead condition on me. But the other thing about Torchbearer, which is very kind of brutal and scary in its own way, is Torchbearer has this thing called the grind. And the idea of the grind is that the longer you spend in the dungeon, the more it starts to weigh on you and press on you, and it just gets more and more and more and more weight on you until you can't take it anymore. And the 60 and 78. And unfortunately, my Torchbearer book got eaten a little bit by my dog here. Every 4 turns that you play Torchbearer, like a turn in the dungeon is like, exploring one room. If your character is not hungry or thirsty, you become hungry and thirsty. If your character is already hungry and thirsty, you become exhausted. If you're already exhausted, you become angry. If you're already angry, exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, you become sick. If you're already sick, you suffer an injury. And I forgot a condition, by the way, which is afraid. If you are already all of these, you become afraid. And then if you're already all of them, you die. So basically, if you spend enough time in a dungeon in Torchbearer, your character will die. So a big part of Torchbearer isn't just exploring the dungeon. It's actually managing these conditions while trying to get treasure and trying to, do the things that you're trying to do in the dungeon. But the longer you wait in the dungeon, your character starts to get hungry and exhausted, and then finally they start to become sick and they're injured. And then the last thing that happens before you die is you become afraid. And you're sort of there, exhausted, sick, hungry, in the dark, and then your character dies unceremoniously. So it's like a fun meta game to just manage these things and do things like that. All right, we had some things here. Masks is a great game. I agree. Masks is a great game. I really love it. So, and thank you, RPG Musings, for pointing out about Mouse Guard being before Torchbearer. Bearer. Sorry. Let's see here. What about games like Gumshoe? I do not have a ton of experience with Gumshoe, but I'm not a big mystery guy, so I'm the wrong person to ask that about that. So that is my take on Gumshoe. That's not necessarily my favorite thing about it. But going back to what GM Scott originally had tipped for, which is the Avatar game, which is again the idea of how does the system handle resources? I think it handles them. It handles them beautifully, and it really gives you a lot of fun character abilities, but it also gives you a lot of fun character incentives, and you're going to be managing these resources throughout the course of the game, and I think that makes it really, really fun. And again, some of these resources are more short-term, and some of these characters are more, or some of these resources are more long-term, and I like the mix between the two of them. So that's what makes it, I think, so fun and so interesting, and I just really, really like that. And I like that the resources, again, they matter, but they matter in a way that doesn't necessarily ruin. Ryan says the blue Avatar. No. Avatar: Last Airbender, Avatar: Legend of Korra. But they matter. Again, they're not essential. If your character in Avatar Legends has shifted their balance all the way over here to the end of the track, if their fatigue track is almost full, they can still totally play the game. And there's nothing that they can't do. And that's what makes the game so inherently compelling. But these things do matter because you care about them as a player, because you know, it's invested into your character. And I think that's what makes it so fun. I think that's what makes it so important and so, useful. Anyways, so that was me talking about Avatar for a bunch. Anyways, I'm excited to play it. I mean, I will say that I'm a little weird. I'm a little worried because my Friday game group is, it's a kind of a hangout and relax and chill game. I mean, I will say that that's the biggest advantage that I have. I think that's like one of the biggest advantages that like D20 has, which is if you have a group of players sitting around a table, you've got player A, player B, player C, player D, and player E. And then you've got the GM. Now, I think we all know this, but in a D20 world, I think the GM has a ton of weight of how, if the GM is good, if the GM is engaged, if the GM is having fun, like the GM, it's almost like multiplicative, right? Like if the GM is operating at a +2, that gets multiplied by 5. I don't know what the hell was I doing there? If the GM is operating at a +2, it's like it's worth a +10, right? Like a good GM can keep the game going, far more than anybody else could possibly imagine. And the players contribute as well, but obviously, they're being multiplied by ×1, right? They don't matter as much. And what that means, and also in a D20 game, you might have a player who is contributing nothing. And I don't mean that they're literally doing nothing. I mean, look, they're not being an active nuisance. They're not deliberately trying to destroy your campaign. They're not being a troll. They're not being a pain in the ass. They're not being a dick. Okay? But you have some players who are, actively contributing to the game. They know what's going on. They're being proactive. They're showing up. And then you have that player that, quite frankly, they are a warm body that is rolling dice, usually when prompted to do so. And in my personal opinion, in D20, you can get away with that. Okay? Because number one, the GM really carries the bulk of the importance of the session on them in D20. And quite frankly, being just a person who is sitting there, basically a warm body to roll dice, like they could be ChatGPT, and they actually would probably be better, right? If you just had a laptop there with ChatGPT and you said, hey, it's your turn. What do you want to do? We're in a dungeon. And it says, oh, I'm going to make sure I explore for. You're like, oh, wow, thanks, Chat. You thought of something that player C would not have thought of. But it's not the end of the world, because being a 0, obviously being negative is a problem, but being a 0 is fine. You're just not adding, you're not subtracting, and you're fine. Okay. But if you are playing a different game, okay, like a Powered by the Apocalypse game, for example, and we have the same exact setup where we have our table and then we have our GM and we have player A and B and C and D and E around the table. A couple of things I think stand out. One is I think the GM's weight in a Powered by the Apocalypse game is still important. GM is still more important. But I think the multiplication effect here might only be ×2. So if you have a +2 GM, he's generating or she's generating +4 for the table. Still more than a player, but not as much. Because so much of a Powered by the Apocalypse game relies on the player. I mean, the GM doesn't even roll dice in Powered by the Apocalypse game. And so much of the moves are the players making decisions. It's not the GM figuring out what happens. But the real takeaway in a Powered by the Apocalypse game is if you have somebody who's at a +0, aka they're just showing up, they're here to have a fun time. In D20, I think you get away with that. But I think in a Powered by the Apocalypse game, having somebody at your table who is just literally just there, I actually think translates into a negative. I think just showing up isn't enough in these games. Owen, take care. Great. Thanks for stopping by tonight. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit. Gid, negative GM also multiplies. 100% agree, Gid. That's absolutely correct. A good GM can make for a great, as the GM goes, so goes the session. And in Powered by the Apocalypse, I think it's true, but I actually think in a D20 game, it's actually more important. You need to have a great GM, and a bad GM in a D20 game is going to create a bad game, no matter how good the players are. Believe it or not, in a Powered by the Apocalypse game, I think actually having a good GM is almost less important, actually. But you need to have better players. So this implies if one wants a high reliability of a good game as a good GM, one should play D20 instead of PBTA. Yes, Strat, I actually agree with that statement. The math checks out. Because, and again, this is getting back to what I was saying before, I understand that, not every group of players that I play with, especially in a more casual setting, wants to be engaged, wants to be leaned in all that much. I know it sounds crazy to say, but I think a lot of people just show up because it's something to do. And, it doesn't take up all that much of their effort and energy. And, it's kind of like, hey, we could get together on Saturday nights and with my friends, and we could go out to the local bar and we could get some wings and we could just have some drinks and just hang out and chit chat and talk. And they're like, and I would be fine with us doing that. Instead, we get together on Saturday night, we play D&D. I care as much about that as I care about going out and having wings. Like, I'm really just here to be here and be part of the group and be part of the fun and be part of the socialization. That attitude, by the way, I think is fine. I think that attitude is totally fine. But I don't think in a PBTA game or games like it, it works as well, to be honest with you. RPG Music with the super chat. Thank you, sir. Not everyone wants to be challenged all the time. They want an escape from their everyday real life challenging. RPG Musings, 100% agree. Let me give you a fantastic example. I've given it here before on the channel, on the stream, but not everybody's heard it before. We were playing via Roll20 during the pandemic. We played a game of Scum and Villainies, sometimes called S&V, Scum and Villainy. And this is Blades in the Dark in space. Okay. And our group was a Firefly-esque crew meets Millennium Falcon. They were kind of ne'er-do-wells, scoundrels who wanted to make their ship into the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy and win this big race. That was sort of like very much like a Fast and the Furious plot. Blades in the Dark has this mechanic called stress. It's like Blades in the Dark's version of hit points. And it can fill up. And unlike dying in a D20 game, if your stress meter fills up completely, your character takes a trauma, almost kind of like PTSD. Your character might become distant or angry or bitter. Okay? I'll be honest with you. It's completely a role-playing type challenge. It doesn't really mechanically affect your character at all. But if your character does take 4 traumas, they are out of the game. They got too much emotional baggage, and they really can't be an effective scoundrel anymore. In our game, which was just like, hey, it's Fast and the Furious, and we're going to result to it. After a few sessions, maybe like 4 or 5 sessions, the players basically said on Friday night, they said, Derek, I don't think we want to play anymore. Start off with one player saying, you know what? Can we play something else? This game is stressing me out. And I said, oh, what's stressing you out about the game? They said, no. It's not that the game is bad. It's that I care too much. I care about my character. I'm worried about his daughter, my fictional daughter in the game, because her dad, she needs her dad. And I'm out here being a space racer when I should be at home taking care of her, but I've got an obligation. Plus, how am I going to make, he's like, I'm having like a real life emotional crises over my character. And it's Friday night, man. I want to, crack open a beer and I want to just hang out with my friends. And quite frankly, this is it's just too stressful for me to enjoy it. And I was like, whoa, okay. I mean, totally respect it. And then like somebody else chimed in on like the on the Discord or the Zoom call was like, yeah, I kind of feel the same exact way, to be honest with you. I'm just so like managing my character's stress has become stressful for me. And I was like, wow, okay, wow. And they're like, yeah, like I'm so worried about doing the right thing and I don't want to let anybody down. And it's like after a hard week of work and dealing with my kids and my wife, man, I kind of want just to have, I just kind of want to play a game where I just kind of win all the time and I roll dice and everything dies and I'm the hero and I don't have to make any really important decisions. And then we went and played Pathfinder 2. We went and started an Abomination Vault campaign, which we played. And they were like, oh, okay, great. Yeah, we're just killing everything. And eventually they did start after the first book, first 4 levels of Abomination Vaults. They were like, okay, we're kind of bored. Because they're like, yeah, we just win all the time. And there's like nothing to this. And so it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't, so it's pretty crazy. Strat said, and as a good player, one should push towards PBTA instead, or really towards anything verifying quality of GM. Yeah, Strat, I think that's true. Right? Because D20, the skill of you as a player only matters up to a certain extent because you're limited by essentially what the game can do or what your GM will allow you to do. Because if your GM is awesome and is capable of handling all sorts of crazy stuff, then you're in a good spot. But if your GM kind of sucks, you're like, well, I'm stuck here. There's not a whole lot I could do. Powered by the Apocalypse game puts a lot more narrative control in the hands of the players. That would be Wild Ayla. We should develop. Well, that's what we should develop. It's the stand-in player. That's okay. ChatGPT will play for you. Yes. It's poker night for nerds. Yes. I mean, for some people, it doesn't have to be that for everybody. And I'm by the way, Jason, I've only been to a couple poker nights in my life. I'm really bad at poker. I'm sure there are people who get together who treat it very seriously with like real money on the line. And, they're not saying that they're being dicks about it, but everybody there is there to play and they're there to win and they're going to take it pretty seriously. And I'm sure there are also poker nights where people get together and they say, this is just an excuse from us to get away from our spouse, to have some drinks. We all buy in for $25 and we just play around and just reminisce and bullshit and just have laughs and nobody takes it too seriously. And if there's a missed deal, like nobody gives a crap. There are different types of poker nights. So I think that's true. I have to say I have a real hard time doing more than just show up and hang out in D20 AP style play. Strat, I think a lot of people do. And I think a lot of people just expect that from their D20 AP style play. I'm not saying that AP style play or D20 has to be that, but I think, let me ask you guys this in chat. Okay. I'm going to put a poll up. I don't know how many people we got. 40. All right. Half of those are probably bots. Half of those are probably Chat GPT. When was the last time? Yeah. All right. All the time. I'm just gonna put a couple options here. We're just grooving here, people. All right. All right. So my question for the chat is, when was the last time your GM, so you're playing the game and something happens in the game. A character loses all their hit points and falls to the ground unconscious. So let's say the druid is critically hit and they fall to the ground and they're unconscious. That your GM turned to maybe the champion player who had used their reaction to do a shield block or had used their reaction to do an attack of opportunity. And so that reaction wasn't available to protect the druid. And they turned to the champion and they said, the druid falls unconscious after receiving a devastating blow. They're bleeding out badly. And the GM turns and says, how does your champion feel about that? Or an NPC betrays the party. And the GM actively turns to somebody and says, how do you feel about that? Gid, is this for D20 games or does it matter? That's a great question. I guess I would say it doesn't matter, but in theory, I guess we were kind of talking about D20. But I'm going to say doesn't matter. We were talking about D20 games, but it doesn't matter. The reason why I asked this, and RPG Musings kind of is dipping on this, is my answer in a D20 game is rarely, but in other games it borders on all the time, and that's sort of my feeling as well. Okay, well, no, you're not your own GM, Pumpkin. I'm saying your GM, not you. Not do you do this. When was the last time your GM does this? Now, Rick, you're absolutely correct. It is easily integrated to D20. It is absolutely easily integrated to D20. But does it happen in D20 is what I'm asking. And more importantly, and this is like the real kipper, does it matter? Now, I'm not trying to say that it all right, you know what? If you're never a player, I guess answer on behalf of yourself. But like exactly RPG Musings, exactly. As Rick said, easily integrated, but it's not necessarily well supported by the rule set. If we go back to our whiteboard over here, I could easily see that, I think we can all agree that if I turn to a character and I say, hey, so-and-so just got wrecked, how do you feel about that? And the character might say, you know what? I'm feeling kind of bad about that. And I might say to them, guess what? I will let you push your balance towards restraint if you mark, not wrong one. If you mark guilty. But maybe the character says, no, I don't feel guilty. I feel angry. And I would say, okay, that works too. You're telling us about your character. So your character is not going to shift towards restraint. Your character is going to shift towards results. And we're going to mark angry. Your character says, that is blah, 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 and it's telling us something about your character. Your character isn't necessarily upset that they let their friend down. They're more upset that they're letting the bad guy win. And now they're like, okay, I'm not going to stop until I crush this guy out. I like asking a player a question like that and getting an answer. That's cool. We can do that. We can do that in any RPG. And again, I'm not trying to disparage any other particular RPG system. I'm simply saying what really interests me as a game master is asking a player that, having the player answer that, maybe have a conversation between us, maybe between the whole group. The players might say to the group, I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think, what do you think, Waylon, how do you think he would respond to that? I don't actually know the answer to that. Let's talk about it. Let's figure out what Waylon's thinking about this moment. Number one, I love that conversation. You can do that in any campaign. You can do that whether you're playing a 1-page RPG or a 655-page RPG. By the way, that is role-playing. To me, not talking in character, or having a weird voice. Legitimately thinking about, what does my character think about in this moment? Or how are they going to act? Or how are they going to respond in this moment? I love having that. That's role-playing. The part for me that makes it a role-playing game is then saying, I asked you a question. Something happened in the fiction. We focused on your character and how they respond to it. Now let's go back to the game. Role-playing game. You feel a certain way. How do we reflect that in the mechanics of the game? Like, as an example, if you're playing, I'm going to use Pathfinder 2 in this example. Your friend gets knocked down, and the GM turns to you and says, how do you feel about that? Do you feel guilty, like you didn't do a good job protecting them? And they say, no, I'm pissed off. I'm angry. I can't believe that these ogres are still pushing us around. You know what? I've had it. They destroyed that town. And now they're starting to take us out. No, my character's pissed off. And I go, that's great. Okay, it's your turn. Now, in Pathfinder 2, could I say, your character's quickened. Your character has a +3 status bonus to attack rolls this turn. Your character rages, even though you're not a barbarian. Of course you could do all those things in Pathfinder 2. But what I'm telling you is that those things aren't supported in the rule set of Pathfinder 2, and you could make them up, but at that point, we are just making things up and potentially destroying the balance, which may be part of the reason why we played Pathfinder 2 to begin with. There are games, however, where those decisions and those mechanical consequences or bonuses are actually part of the core mechanic of the game itself. That is more interesting to me, because what is the most interesting to me isn't that how we fight or how we win. Again, to quote Mouse Guard, it matters not what you fight, but what you fight for. What's really interesting to me in that combat isn't that whether we're going to beat the ogres or not. What's interesting to me is when the druid got knocked unconscious, how did the champion feel about it? Were they guilty? Did they feel angry? Hell, were they afraid? Oh my gosh, are we going to die here? Have I led us into an unwinnable fight? I feel afraid. Or maybe I feel insecure. I'm a shitty champion. I should have taken more feats to boost up my champion's reaction. Instead, I made a horrible build and I'm feeling very insecure about it, right? Either way, whatever you answer, that to me is the most interesting part, because I'm learning about your character. And by the way, this is your character, not at their day job, at the desk, right? No, this is a character in a very real, very exciting, very tension-filled moment, which is what makes it exciting. And that's what I want to, that's what I want to see. Yes, I made a terrible role-playing heavy build, and I feel so insecure about it. Oh, what was I thinking? Why didn't I should have taken more athletic skill feats. Damn myself. Damn it. I wanted to be able to craft so badly, even though the system does nothing. And again, listen, I just got done saying I had a campaign literally blow up. It was Friday night. We were sitting down to play. We had gone through 5 incredible sessions, and the campaign ended within the first 20 minutes of the session starting because my players said, Derek, I don't want to think about how my character feels all the time. Like, it's awesome. I love my character. In fact, I love my character too much. They're too interesting. They're like a real person. And I don't want to be a real person. I want to play the really slow analog equivalent of Diablo, okay? I just want to kill monsters and take their loots and have just be a force of destruction and devastation, and to crush my enemies and see them driven before me and hear the lamentation of the women. And that's what I want for my Friday night, because I just want to kick it and relax. And I said, you know what? You're absolutely right. Listen, that's not how I'm feeling right now, but I respect that so many of you are. Boom. Let's go to Pathfinder 2. Boom. Let's go into Abomination Vaults. Boom. Solution. And we were there, and we were good. So Rick, I'm giving you a hero point, buddy, in the chat for that, or in the Discord for that. That's fantastic. I picked Mountain Lore. Exactly. Having that sort of things, like having an internal monologue in a character in a book. Absolutely RPG musings. Absolutely. And quite frankly, if we're going to go back to Avatar for a moment, the point of Avatar isn't whether or not your character is going to succeed. Because to a certain extent, given the tone and genre of the game, the way that the dice rolls work, kind of like Pathfinder 2, right? We all understand that the game is very heavily weighed in our hero's favor. We talk about this all the time in the stream, right? That if you have a group of heroes and characters who mostly know what they're doing and don't actively go out of their way to make terrible choices, that if you fight a campaign full of low, moderate, and occasional severe fights, that the odds that your characters are going to completely die is very, very slim to none. And even if they do die, by the time they get higher level, you have access to raise dead and resurrection rituals. So there is a way for your characters to come back, not to mention Breath of Life spell. So we know our characters are going to win. And when we think about Avatar, if we imagine, the first show where, Aang has to, is the Avatar and he has to defeat Ozai, the Fire Lord, I think we all understand fundamentally Aang's going to win. Like, the show isn't going to end. Aang is dead. The Fire Nation succeeds. Everyone is dead. Roll credits. No. When we watch Return of the Jedi, I think we all understand that Luke is going to win, right? So why is it interesting to us? Well, it's interesting to us because that's not what the show's about. If you've watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, you know that the real question is, we know that Aang is going to beat Ozai. But what we don't know is Aang has this principle. He won't kill. He's a pacifist. He won't kill people. And the question is, how can he defeat Ozai if he's not going to kill them? Will Aang be able to maintain his... We know he's going to win. That's not like, if you sat back as a rational person and you thought about it, you say, Aang is going to win. So that already is not interesting because it's a given. And as the audience and as anybody with half a brain would know, you know this. The question really is, will Aang be able to win at what cost? Will he violate his principle of pacifism and of not killing someone? Or will Aang be forced to kill someone in order to defeat Ozai? And maybe, is Aang's principle more important than the world? What will he do? And we watch because we want to see, will Aang figure out a way to not kill the Ozai, or will he be forced to kill Ozai? And either way, we are interested in that journey because we say, what would that do to him? And what would that mean for him? And so the question isn't about whether or not he'll succeed. It's what price is he going to pay? How is he going to change? How is he going to grow throughout the course of this series and ultimately culminating in this battle? And to me, that's just a very interesting thing to explore with my friends while we're playing a tabletop role-playing game. And I think that's kind of where my brain is at. The problem is, like I said before, when you're playing a game like that, you can't have people that are just there to hang out for poker night or a nerd poker night, right? You need people who are leaned in. You need people who are, sort of showed up at the table, because that is you require people to be You can't have people sleep at the wheel, right? Otherwise, the whole table's going to crash, because you need people to be engaged and you need people to be making positive contributions. Just phoning it in can work in D20. It's not great. I'm not saying I'm not saying it's ideal, but I think in games like Powered by the Apocalypse or other types of games that are a little bit more about that characterization, because I could role play my character 0 in a game of Pathfinder 2. And if it's like most games of Pathfinder 2, there's probably some combats interspersed with a lot of fluffy bullshit time where, the GM's describing things and other people are asking questions. If my character says and essentially does nothing, but as long as in combat I am contributing to the victory by striking when asked to strike and casting a spell when it's time to cast a spell, everyone's going to say, okay, they performed adequately. They didn't fluffy bullshit time, but that didn't really matter. We just kind of made stuff up and went along with it. And then in combat, they were able to strike and cast spells and provide flanking and aiding like they should. And they never described anything, and I didn't learn anything about their character, and none of it mattered because we beat the monsters, we killed the boss, and now we've moved on to the next milestone. We got the level up, and we're going on to the next AP. And everyone goes, good, great, see you next week. And we just repeat that until the game is over. So it works. But in a game like Powered by the Apocalypse, where the point is to explore your character, it doesn't really work. You need that, for sure. Let's see here. I cast remove poison and I failed the counteract check. I feel angry. Well, Kragan, I mean, kind of. I mean, imagine we were playing Pathfinder 2 and we had these conditions and they mattered. And I say, you want to remove the poison? And I said, yes. And I say, okay, make a roll. If you succeed at the roll, Kragan, you will have successfully removed the poison. If you critically fail at the roll, Kragan, I may remove the poison still, but it's going to be at a cost that you might not want to pay, or your cost that your person you're removing poison may not want to pay, but you don't get a say in it. If you critically fail, I get to make the decision. But if you fail, just normal fail, the remove poison check, I'm going to offer you a choice. I'm going to say the poison begins to flow and you can feel it moving under the power of your magic. And then you realize something. You cannot get rid of the poison, but you could transfer it. And I'll say, Kragan, are you willing to succeed? And you will remove the poison from your, ally, but doing so will essentially bring the negative energy of that poison into yourself, and your character will become exhausted, or your character will become sickened, or your character will become, injured. And that'll be a consequence that your character will have to play through and roll through. It has mechanical consequences, but it's your choice. You could just say, no, I'm good with failing. Unless you critically fail, in which case I will make the choice for you, and it could be even worse. And then you're like, okay, so this check is kind of nerve-wracking, and I have something on the line here. And if I do fail, I still have agency. I still have a choice about whether or not I want to fail or not, and whether I'm willing to pay a price or not. So. Oh, yeah. Sorry. For those of you who don't know, yeah, DM Samuel is RPG Musings. I think you changed your name on the in the Discord. I think you are now DM Samuel /RPG Musings. Hey, Frosty, just getting back from playing 4th edition. Hopefully it was a good one. I don't know. Did you play with Permanent DM, Frosty? I'm assuming you did. White Liger. I just recently started GMing for my group, which has been playing for years, and they basically never consider the PC's feelings or motivations. And I want to do this, but I'm unsure of how I would even go. Oh, I want to finish this. I never finished this poll. All right. So the winner was, okay. So last place was all the time. So most of them were like once or twice, maybe, ever, rarely, or never. So clearly this is something that isn't happening for a lot of people, right? For 80% of you out there, this is something that very rarely happens, or essentially never happens. And I think that's telling. But I also think it's also telling because maybe it doesn't happen because maybe people don't care. Maybe people don't want that. Maybe that's not what people want out of their role-playing game. I don't know what do you people want out of a role-playing game? Like, if you're not asking about how a character feels, and you're not thinking about how your character feels, and you're not really thinking about what your character would be willing to do, what are we doing? What are we? And I'm asking that I'm not asking this in a judgmental way. I'm just asking, what are we doing? That's all. Ang, I map attack. City of Mist. Yeah, sure. City of Mist is very much into that thing. Requirements. Requirements out of the entire table are part of my reservations with Avatar. If everyone contributes, great. If someone doesn't, it will be felt way more than in Fantasy 20. Ryan, I completely agree with you. I'm right there. Or yeah, most of it. I'm agree with you. I failed my medicine check and I misdiagnosed myself as already being dead. I rolled a 1 on my hero point. I feel dead. That's the worst feeling in the world. Strat. Okay. This conversation cemented something for me. I'm more interested in what the player thinks and feels about what is happening in the game than their PC. Interesting. You're more interested in what the player thinks and feels about what is happening in the game than their PC. Maybe I should suggest adding a post game. Let's talk about what just happened to my session. You know, Aaron, Mr. Smith, whenever he runs a campaign at the end of the session, before he hands out experience points, he always passes out a note card and he always asks everybody to fill it out. And he says, please write down your character or whatever, the date, your name. What is one thing you liked about the session? What is one thing you didn't like about the session? And then he'll always throw in sort of an additional one, like what is something you want to see more of in the future? What did you think about the combat in the versus the thing or whatever? You know, like the third one's sort of more of a wild card for him to specifically get feedback. But he always asks, what is something you liked? What is something you disliked? He then collects the note cards, and then we read through them at the moment, at the session, and we talk about it. So Smith always does that. But that's just more of like smart, you know, as in specific, measurable, actionable, reasonable, timely. Like it's more about feedback in that respect. Derek just asking, what are we even doing here? I like to be immersed into a fictional world to solve puzzles, be entertained, and maybe kill aliens. That's a good reason. What do we want out of an RPG? I think this may be the wrong audience for that question. Some of my players are definitely there to just roll dice and kill stuff. I think a lot of people are. White Liger. I think there were times, and there are still times, where that is what I am there for, which is to roll dice and kill stuff. Absolutely. I want to know what PCs are feeling, but it's hard to do that with people you barely know online. All right. I mean, I don't know. There's a world where I think maybe that's even easier, right? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Because I've had incredible moments with complete strangers at Gen Con. Almost every single time I go to Gen Con and I go to Indie Games on Demand and I play some random crazy game that maybe I've never heard of, or some brand new game that's just coming out called like Blades in the Dark, which is printed on some pieces of paper and hopefully someday might get printed, you know, as a PDF, but you know, and it's like, oh, I'm playing with complete strangers and we have this incredible moment because you know, you're playing with strangers. Like they don't know who you are. They don't kind of care who you are. They kind of care who your character is. I want rewarding interactions with the world and player team dynamics unique to the character options I've taken. I want rewarding interactions with the world and player team dynamics unique to the character options I've taken. So, Kragan, would you agree that second part of your statement is kind of like a MOBA, right? Like League of Legends or Dota, right? Your player team dynamic, you've made unique choices and you want to see those unique choices make a difference and kind of interact with your your team and your comp and play against other people. And the first thing is I want rewarding interactions with the world. What is a rewarding interaction with the world? You mean like I do something and I get rewarded for it? Like, and what does that rewarding mean? You mean like XP, or do you mean like something else? I'm curious. The DM I started with in 98 said at the beginning it was a hack and slash thing. He just wanted to run dungeons and kill. Yeah. I mean, I agree. In some cases though, I think Unfortunate Pumpkin, it can actually be harder for people, but I would agree with you in general that most people find it easier with people that they know. We should compile a list of questions to ask players post session as a resource. Smith and my doctor's office, the only people who value my opinion with a survey. Yeah, no, every time. And then what's really great, Smith keeps these note cards and he just uses them as sort of a great resource for getting his feedback on his own GMing style. And of course, we're all very open and positive and honest. And we'll say things like, we thought that Monster was bullshit, or we thought that it was very disappointing that X happened or Y happened. And, it's a great way to get feedback for that type of thing. Like I said, the other thing is it's a great option to be like, what is something you'd like to see explored in the campaign, or what is something that your character wishes that you want to do with your character, or what's the kind of type of thing that you want to sort of accomplish during the course of this campaign. I tried to do goals-based experience to encourage things like that, but I don't think I am good enough of a GM to make that work, and they didn't really want to try it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Escapism. Classic. Yeah, I wasn't talking about that stuff, and more about like, hey, so your characters just brought the thing to the transhumanist terrorists to dissect. Thoughts? So you're really interested in what your players think, though. That's kind of interesting. Wouldn't you be more interested in like what your players think their characters think? I mean, there's nothing wrong with discussing your game with your players, obviously, but I don't know. What do I want from an RPG? Everything. The world is not enough. What a great answer, Jason. That is the correct answer, by the way, Jason. I need to find the indie games on demand area. Gen Con is too big. The programming and even schedules. Yeah, indie games I got is the way to go, Ryan. I did not go last year, but I planning on going this year. Hopefully, if I can get a hotel room. In fact, pre-reg should be starting here soon, and indie games on demand didn't go last year anyways, and that was part of the reason, honestly, Ryan, I didn't go. They weren't there last year. They were still practicing quarantining, and they didn't set up any of their things because it was like, is Gen Con going to happen? Is it not going to happen? Indie Games on Demand historically has been at the Hyatt, which is right across, it's catty corner, diagonal from the convention center there on Indianapolis and Washington or Pennsylvania. I'm trying to remember the roads. But it's usually at the Hyatt, but it doesn't always have to be there. And the best part is it's sign up. There's no you just you come with a ticket, generic or 2 generics, and you sign up, and then they call you in a pod, and you get picked for a game. And sometimes you get a little bit of a choice of what game you want to play, and sometimes you don't get a choice of what game you want to play. But it's just fun. It's kind of a random casino. Yeah, I like support type characters, and for that to be valuable. Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. I think that's totally valuable. It's a big convention. I mean, Ryan, I had the advantage of going to Indy their first year at Indy. And I've only missed 1 or 2 Gen Cons, some of them because it was like basically closed because of COVID. And obviously I missed last year. So I missed 20. Yeah, I didn't go 2020 and I didn't go 2020. No, I didn't go in 2020, 2021, or 2022. So I've missed 3 now, the last 3. So I got to learn it when it was still much more manageable, but it's so huge now. I don't blame you for being completely overwhelmed. What the players think in the sense of game feedback is useful, but that is harder in the concept of what's happening in the game world, since characters are hopefully not their characters. I think you mean since players are hopefully not their characters. I agree, Ayla. I mean, again, I'm very weird, and I get that people may not feel this way, but I am okay with having different desires as a player than what my character wants to do. I like the tension between me wanting to do something as a player versus my character doing something. But instead of it being a meaningless choice, which I'm making just for role-playing purposes, I'm playing a game that rewards or encourages or otherwise mechanically incentivizes those decisions. And so I get to kind of kill two birds with one stone, and I kind of love it. That's Kragan. That's a great way to describe it. Like the opposite of the Ranger design. Your choice lets you interact better with the world. I like that. I want an instrument to safely question the morals and ethics of life in a fantasy analog of possibly real world issues and kill monsters. I like that. And kill monsters. I mean, listen, it is what it is. Yeah, the progress questions are great. I love those questions, Ryan. I completely agree with you. How's everyone's D23 going? I've been getting lots of feedback on my D23 dungeon. The feedback has been, this is awful. I fell behind a day, and I caught up today. So I had done mine yesterday, but then we did a really late live stream last night, so I didn't get to post it. So I posted the 4th today from that I had done, and then I posted the 5th, which I didn't do yesterday. So I did do my 5th today, and I needed to do my 6th because now it's the 7th. So I'm getting caught up. I was only like a day behind and it caught up. So far I'm enjoying it. I think the dungeon has promise. Again, I'm not trying to be too hyper specific about it, but it's got some interesting player choices. And I think that for me, again, dungeon design goes south when players don't get to make interesting choices. And I like for players to be able to make interesting choices right from the bet, right from the get. And I want my players to have information, and I want them to have knowledge that makes them say, okay, do we want to deal with traps and hazards today? Or do we want to go fight stuff? Oh, we want to go fight stuff. Okay. Do we want to go fight orcs and tough stuff, maybe like an ogre? Or do we want to go fight kobolds and kind of have a bunch of relatively easy fights? Let's go kill kobolds. Well, there's probably going to be more kobolds. Cool. I'm going to take burning hands today because we're going to be fighting a lot of stuff. Cool. Awesome. It's like, I like for my players to have that conversation. And by the way, this is D20. I mean, right? Pathfinder 2, if you're playing a dungeon, mega dungeon, I would not use Avatar Legends to play my mega dungeon. I would not. In a mega dungeon campaign, guess what? I kind of don't care what your character thinks. The mega dungeon is there to really interact with, and to me, this is my opinion, challenge the player. And to a certain extent, challenge their character. But this is a skill versus skill. This is a, what are you going to come up with to beat all of these crazy challenges? And what interesting and crazy fun things are you going to come up with that is going to surprise, delight me, and just in general, make the experience a fun experience for me. That's why I play a mega dungeon. And D20 does great at that. Now, for decisions to matter, there has to be consequences. So you have to ask yourself, is my D20 game creating meaningful consequences? Because I'm not going to lie to you. If you play a mega dungeon and you're playing Pathfinder 2 and the players explore the dungeon and they take damage from a trap or they fight a combat and some people take some damage, maybe even some people are now wounded because they went down, and then they use their medicine checks or they use their focus spells, and they spend 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 minutes, and now they're back to full hit points. And then they continue, and they go to the next trap or the next hazard or the next room or the next combat, and they maybe take some damage, and then they repeat. That is not a good play pattern, people. That is not a good play pattern. You got to come up with something better than that. Pathfinder 2 does not work in that regard because now their choices don't matter, because there's no resource being depleted. And it's really just sort of like I guess we're going to just keep combating things until we get bored. Or maybe you have enough spellcasters that they say, you know what, the game rules work fine with us just casting cantrips, but it's getting a little tired. So can we just go back to town so that I can rest? And the player, you might say, okay, well, there's no consequence for that either. So you might as well just go back to town and heal to full and get all your spells back. Cool. All right. Rinse, repeat. Okay. That is you just going through the motions. I promise you, your players will not be interested. They're going to get bored. By the way, if what I just described sounds familiar, it's because in many instances, that is also what is happening in AAP. The difference in an AP is that you're doing the exact same thing, by the way. It doesn't change. The difference is that there is like a plot that is happening around your characters. You're still doing exactly what I just described, but there's, you know, NPCs giving cutscenes and dialogue and, you know, saying things like, oh, these are the, do not destroy this, return to the ogre. Oh no, it's New Yak. And, you know, whatever. It's like, you know, it's just providing a window dressing, I suppose is what I would describe it as. What do we got here? Hey, Shadram. Just putting my day 7 together while listening to the stream. It's Saturday here, so plenty of time to work on it. Also putting my map into Dungeon Draft, which helps me change things. Yeah, I'm all for the online thing. I like doing mine on paper because it's old school, and I love being able to work, you know, analog. And I love nice mechanical pencils. Not like insane mechanical pencils, but you know, like a real nice drawing lead, $20-$30, and get like a 0.9 millimeter, 0.7 millimeter, and a 0.5 millimeter, and just like have that like little collection of pencils. Makes me feel great. Like tomorrow morning, I'm going to get up kind of early. I'm going to go get coffee. I'm going to have a coffee. I'm going to have my map. I'm going to do some dungeon drawing, make a couple shorts. I'm like so looking forward to that. Bagel, cream cheese. It'll be nice. Where did D23 come from? Dungeon 23 as in Dungeon 2023. You know, like when you see something like, you know, Obama 08 or, you know, Trump 12 or Trump 16. I don't remember what it was. Dungeon 23. That's kind of where it came from. Oh, people are explaining to you. Got it. People saying don't play Mega Dungeon raw in Pathfinder 2. Don't do site-based play raw. Don't play anything raw in PF2. Coming from Galarian in Death. I'm using PF2 for conditions and naming things, but not really specifying a system. Yeah, that's Shadram. Yeah, Shadram, I think that's fine. You know, I mean, look, it's your dungeon. Do whatever the hell you want. Every time Derek waves Lost Mammoth Valley at the camera, it reminds me I'm supposed to be prepping that for a game on Thursday. Nothing like a nice Statler set. Shadram, I am sorry. I was not impressed, Shadram. I was not impressed. Not to get into that, but APs are just authored FBT to flavor murder hobo life, just like that actually utilizing just like real hobos utilizing railroads. Yeah, kinda. Like APs are the way. Again, I'm not trying to be negative, people. I'm not trying to disparage you or your group. APs are a way of being real and saying, look, I just want to level up my character and build them in Path Builder and take feats, and I want to use those feats to kill monsters. I understand that is what I want, and I'm torn between wanting an instantaneous gratification. Like there's a part of me that goes, I wish I could just have my build, have me be like level 16 or 18, have all my cool toys, but then I guess the game would be over and I wouldn't get to play with them. So I guess we can go through this process of leveling up. But realistically, I just want to make my character and have it built. And I'm going to choose my feats and my skill feats and my general feats. And then I want to use those to like kill monsters. And I understand that seems horrible and pointless and boring. And I'm like embarrassed about it. It's like going to breakfast. You're like, what I really want to just get is fucking a donut filled with jelly. And I want to get maple syrup all over my pancakes, and I just want to have a horrible, horrible, horrible breakfast. But I understand that I'm supposed to want something more than that. So I'm going to get the pancakes, but can you put some blueberries on top of it so that I don't feel like I'm being a complete and total child? And that is what the framework of an AP is. The AP allows you to just level up, get stuff, fight monsters, kill them, but then it like surrounds it with the sort of window dressing of, but you're part of this epic story, and look at the things that are happening and the mighty things that your characters are accomplishing. Even though you're really not accomplishing anything, the game, you're sort of sitting on the ride in Disney World. But you're getting to do what you want to do, which is level up your character, make out your build, and kill a bunch of monsters along the way. So, I mean, that's that. And then in that end, they work really, really well. Which dungeon room is my character's backstory in? Yeah, not going to happen in my dungeon. Is this the year of Derek convincing us he doesn't hate everything? I don't hate everything. Speaking of hating everything, I think Ronald, he probably has 100. This is crazy to me. I think he has 100,000 views on his 1.1 reaction video that he posted, like, I think Wednesday evening. 100K views. I don't think there's any Pathfinder 2 video. Certainly not on our channel. I think our combat and tactics video, our first one, which is, by the way, over a year old, I think has 45K views. I think maybe NoNat has some videos over 100K, but I mean, some of those are months and months old, and they are like, the big videos that really, massively, and you've got a lot of views. To get to be a Pathfinder 2 channel, and you know who I'm talking about, the usual suspects, me, NoNat, Rules Lawyer, How It's Played, for us to get 100K views in a couple days, mind-blowing. Like, that's absolutely insane. I mean, I'll tell you this. I think a month ago, Ronald's Patreon had like 40 people. And I think when I looked at it yesterday, I think it had 250, 255. I think it was about to be bigger than ours. So in a month, he 5x'd his Patreon. Like, that is just so insane. Like, and all of it gained from what I can tell, him reacting to 1D&D stuff. It's got to be really tough for him, because I know that he's a Pathfinder 2 person. I mean, obviously everybody knows I have a conflicted relationship. Well, I have a conflicted relationship, by the way, with every game. Like, if I'm sitting here flashing this Torchbearer game and you think that I like love this game, it's like, no, I have problems with this game too. I'm just not currently playing Torchbearer. If I was currently playing Torchbearer, I'd probably be on here griping about something about Torchbearer. But Ronald is definitely a Pathfinder 2. I mean, I'll call it. I mean, he's a Pathfinder 2 evangelist. I think he's really promoting the game. And for his channel to basically get just deluged with success because of kind of focusing on drama and D&D controversy, it's got to be really conflicting for him, because on one hand, you're like, man, that is a lot of success. And then to go and do a video like that, and then to go and do a video to be like, hey, let's talk about Pathfinder 2. And it gets like 2,000 views. You're like, like that's got to be tough. I've never had that problem. I've never had a video do really well. So I don't really have to have a problem with that, but it's got to be tough. He really hates it when he says he hates it. So why not play GURPS again? Jason Cox, because I think it's kind of soulless. It's just a bunch of mechanical rules. It doesn't have, it's not trying to, I like games that have a mission. I like games that have an agenda. I like games that have and I don't want it to be secret. Like, I don't mind it being public. I want a game to be like, this game is about something. Game is about you learning something or experiencing something or feeling something or grappling with something. I like for my game, it's like, I like my games to be like good sci-fi, good sci-fi to me should be about trying to teach something. And I like my RPGs to do the same thing for the most part. Sorry, White Liger. That's our acronym. His Discord gained like 30 people yesterday alone. Yeah, that's crazy. How much revenue do you even get out of 100K? Great question, Gabriel. It really depends on how many ads run. But general rule of thumb, very general rule of thumb, for a typical YouTube video, you're going to get about $5 for every 1,000 views. So you make like 0.02 cents. So like a quarter of a penny per view, I think is about what you make. It depends on a bunch of factors. Do you have enough ads and relative, blah, 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 blah. But for the most part, $5 per 1,000 is pretty normal. So 100K views, $500, give or take. The OGL is good for Pathfinder channels after all. Yeah, obviously, this success is tied to the drama of the OGL and the D&D and all this other stuff. I've watched so many TTRPG YouTubers I've never heard of today too. Think a lot of tiny channels are getting a bump too. Yeah, absolutely. I wonder, Forlorn Knight, if it's because for the people who I'll be honest with you, I haven't really watched anything. But I wonder if the real established 5e people, the people who have really built up a huge 5e following, are hesitant to come out against Papa Hasbro because they have a lot of skin in the game, and their success is kind of directly tied to,
Lollipop
5e/D&D.
I think the combination of OGL 1.1 plus Rules Lawyer is a perfect storm for views.
Oh,
P.S.
Absolutely.
We know you hating everything is just you being critical about the thing you care about.
Sure.
At least that's part of the reason I joined Co-LC.
Well, I appreciate that. Yes. Certainly myself and Smith, it can be over, we can seem like we're hypercritical at times. And, maybe even negative about something, but if we're negative, if we're negative, it's only because we care, it's like my approach to like politics. It's like, if I'm negative, it's because I want it to be better. We deserve better. It should be better. And this is for me, it is just a hobby, but it's a big part of my life. And I am passionate about it. And that means I really care about it. I'm not content to just say it's good enough. And so I do have criticisms, and it comes off as hate, which I don't like. And if something's bad, I'm sorry. Just because a bunch of people like it doesn't mean it's good. It can be popular and still be bad. I'm sorry. That's my opinion on that. I got to put some chapstick on here. So dry. So I wonder if the reason people want to hear stories about this, but maybe only I do hate. That is true, Kragan. Kragan. Maybe the reason why you're seeing so many small channels here is because the big channels aren't talking about it, and people really want information about it. They want information about this. I also think that there's a non-zero number of people out there who just love the drama. Maybe they've always wanted their own edition more. And I think they're just excited that people are upset. I think they are feeding into this idea that the people are like, oh my God, my game's going to be destroyed. And they're like, yeah, haha, like, I don't care. Watch it burn. I just love seeing people panic. I love seeing people in distress. And I think that there's a lot of people who are honestly kind of into it for that reason, which is obviously, Schadenfreude is not the best emotion to have. But, I think we can all agree that whatever happens, it's going to probably be a sizable change, because even if 1.1 doesn't do anything to disrupt
Lazarus Dark tip $10.
Hey, thanks, Lazarus.
All TTRPG video content is derivative of D&D. 25% of this tip is owed to what?
Yeah, all TTRPGs. It isn't wrong to say that all TTRPGs are kind of derived from D&D for sure. like, I get it. What people are saying, they're like, oh, you can't copyright rules mechanics. Listen, we can all look at a game like Pathfinder 1, even Pathfinder 2, and clearly say, okay, this is clearly more than just game mechanics. Okay, this is clearly more than just game mechanics. And I know these are very obscure games, so no one is going to know these. But if you want to see an example of where rules cannot be copywritten, but IP can, there are two games. Now, there's a game. It was released in 1970s by Avalon Hill called Dune, the board game. Yes, like Dune, the movie. And it's considered one of the, at the time, it was considered one of the greatest games of all time. And it was out of print forever because Frank Herbert's estate renounced the IP. Many years later, Fantasy Flight Games got the permission to use the rules. And they created it, but they did not get the permission from Frank Herbert. And so they created a version of the Dune board game set in their Twilight Imperium game, Twilight Imperium universe. And it was called Rex Twilight of an Empire, I think is the name of the game. Very obscure game. But it literally used the same rules as Dune, but it changed every manifestation of those rules completely and utterly, even though it is literally the same game as Dune. Now, the movie came out, the Herbert estate, obviously, wanted money, and you can now go buy the Dune board game. But for many years, there Rex Imperium. Okay, maybe that's it. It definitely had the name Rex in there, Shadram. But again, those are very obscure games, and they're board games, so I know that this crowd probably doesn't know them. But like that to me is an instance of taking a game and saying, well, we can use the game mechanics from this game, but we can't use the game. And it's like, if you don't know it, you might play that game and not even realize I didn't even know this was Dune. I had no idea that this was anything resembling Dune. If you play Pathfinder 2 and you're using strength and dex and int and wint and charisma and armor class and to hit bonuses and skills with a bonus and a d20 and things called saving throws and fortitude and reflex, magic missile, fireball, like we get it. That's D&D. So, okay, that's it. Rex, Final Days of an Empire. Yes. Which, by the way, I loved as a game because I think the Dune mechanics were really cool, but I wasn't willing at the time to spend $200 to buy a copy of Dune. And so we played that instead. And I think it's a great game. It's really fun. So anyways, point is, with D&D, and all these other people have been making money using the D&D brand for a long time. And that's cool. And I'm sure we all benefited from that. And Dungeons & Dragons has made a decision that they don't want that to happen anymore. And I don't know what that's going to do. But I can say it's going to change things. Because even if it doesn't affect the 1.0 or the 1.0A, we can all agree that 1.1 going forward, future state, 6th edition state, 1.1 is GSL 2.0. And I know very well what happened during GSL 1.0 because I was really active into 4th edition at the time. And you know what happened in 4th edition GSL? There was no third-party products. There was a small sprinkling of products. And I still have a full row of books of 4th edition. I spent a lot of money on 4th edition. Wizards of the Coast made a lot of money for me, but no one else did. And was that part of the reason why the game didn't succeed? I don't know. And as an example, by the way, I'm here with you tonight. I'm live streaming. We're having fun. I'm talking to you. I'm sitting in my home office. I have several $1,000s of professional lighting surrounding me, which I didn't buy for YouTube. I bought it for my photography business, but I've got a camera. I've got a Shure SM7B mic here going into road. I have a very expensive setup here. And obviously I'm doing all this work. I learned how to use OBS. Do you realize that when you super chat me, the super chat, the cool thing that shows up in the chat, YouTube takes 30% of that. So if you super chat me $10, I get $7, YouTube gets $3. Why? Because I'm using YouTube. They get $3. If you super chat me $100, they get $30. Doesn't matter what it is, they're getting 30%. Remember that ad revenue? Someone asked me, how much money do you make on 100K? Guess what? Technically, you get half of the ad revenue. And why does YouTube get 30% or 50% of my revenue? Because they are providing the platform that I'm using to make that money. And that sucks. It'd be cool if it was free, but you know, D&D has decided to change that. And again, even if they don't change 1.0 or 1.0A, they're definitely changing it going forward. And that may, and there's two scary thoughts. One is it changes everything, which, you know, someone like me might be a little bit interesting. I'm not playing D&D right now. I'm not really big into the D&D space. If the D&D space implodes or explodes, honestly, it's only kind of interesting for me because it might be a lot of new interested and gamers out there and new games that come out to serve these now disowned people. But the other consequence, which is more frightening, is that nothing changes. That 1.1 comes out with really restrictive licenses. Most people are so reliant upon the income that comes from being associated with the D&D brand. They sign commercial audit licenses with people. They agree to the 1.1 terms. All the players who are up in arms and screaming and loud and scratching, hashtag open D&D, are just the small scattering of very vocal people that always fill social media spaces. And the vast majority of D&D players are just going to go along and they're going to sign up for their new D&D virtual tabletop, and they are just going to keep playing D&D. And D&D, Hasbro, would have been right to do this from a business perspective because they pissed off some people, but the vast majority of their audience is still buying, and even the people who are pissed off at them, a lot of them are just going to buy too because all their friends are now playing on this awesome sick 3D virtual tabletop or whatever, because Wizards of the Coast ran, I don't know, Roll20 and Foundry. They said, look, if you want to play 6th edition D&D, that's great. You can't play it on Foundry and you can't play it on Roll20. You got to play it on our virtual tabletop. And people go, well, I got to play the most recent version of D&D. I don't think people appreciate how popular playing the current edition, the right edition of D&D is. And that has a lot of social power, a lot of social play. And I said this on the stream yesterday. You know, there was a time when people were more interested in the game than the brand. And so when D&D, the game, became 4th edition, you had people who said, I don't care about the D&D name.
Sorry, YouTube. No money's for you today.
That is true, Shadram. When you do a stream elements tip, like Shadram just did, we get 97% of that. I mean, PayPal still gets their cut. I can't stop it. I mean, someone's getting a cut. But so Shadram just tipped $10. If that had been a super chat, I would have gotten $7. But because it was a tip, I got $9.70. So thank you, Shadram. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think people when 3rd edition became 4th edition, a lot of people said, well, I don't want to play that game. I want to play 3rd edition. And Paizo said, well, okay, we have 3rd edition, but it's called Pathfinder. And people said, I don't care that it's called Pathfinder. I want to play the game. I don't know that people feel that way anymore. I think now more people care about the D&D brand, and they're just going to stick with whatever says D&D official WotC authorized. Yeah. Let's see. I'm sorry I missed a bunch of stuff here. Shadram, I do question for the vast majority of D&D fans whether the OGL makes any difference at all. Yeah. So many avoid third-party stuff and don't play any other games, so I'm surprised it blew up so much. Again, I think people are just being angry to be angry. I wonder who has the rights to chainmail. Probably WotC, poor kid. I think Hasbro has it. Chainmail was owned by TSR. TSR was bought by WotC. WotC was bought by Hasbro. I'm pretty sure they still have the rights to chainmail. Owning a platform is the most profitable thing you can do in the world. Damn, that is so true. We got a super chat. Hey. Everyone loves the sausage, but no one sane will want to know how it's made. Ain't that the truth, Rag and Wolfbane? Thank you for the super chat. We got a for YouTube. Yes. YouTube. Listen. YouTube gives me this platform. I wouldn't have a way of reaching all of you without it, and they are entitled to their money, and they get it. And so, well done for them. I started playing Pathfinder 1 because everything was free online. Yeah. I mean, the SRD was all free online as well, but it's interesting. I mean, again, I think if you're going to play a game or you're going to use someone's intellectual property, I think they probably deserve a cut. People will play whatever GMs run. My work group plays whatever I bring. Neo Anomaly, I think that's everybody's favorite GM, right? Or favorite kind of group, right? I see. So I talked about this one time in a rant. I was like, GMs, we got to take this back. We have all the power, GMs. We're the ones who run the games. We're the ones who are so in demand that players are out there paying $40 a session. We saw on this website, someone on the Discord posted it. They might be here in chat. And I went to it once, and now I'm getting nonstop ads for it on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. It's like find a player, find players, find a game or something.com. It's a place where people like organize professional GMs. There are GMs out there running 5 or 6 player games, and they're charging $40 a session. That is $300 a session to start playing. Thank you, Flint. That is it. No, it's what Flint said. It's start playing. And that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. And so I'm saying, GMs, we have all the power. Like we could literally go to our group, your group, the people who completely don't appreciate you and you're afraid of, and you just go, hey, listen, I want you to know I could go on to start playing right now, and I could put myself out at $20 or $30 a session per player, and I could fill that up instantaneously. And I'm doing this for you fucks for free. Listen, we're playing fucking Legend of the Five Rings, or get the fuck out. How about that? That's what I would say. Flint only charges $20. Flint, are you a GM on Start Playing? Oh, Flint, I'd love to pick your brain about that. Not that I want to do it, but like, I'm curious what that experience is like. And do you feel that being financially indebted to your players creates perverse incentives for you as a GM and or unrealistic and unhealthy expectations as a player for how you are going to treat or rule in a certain player's favor? All right, Flint, I expect the full response and answer. Not gonna lie, I don't think I'd be able to find KOLC if not for new. Yeah, of course not. I mean, we could have been on Twitch, I guess, but Twitch takes their money too, so it's totally fine. I remember hearing about D&D in 1980, and I've been playing ever since. Yeah, I learned about D&D from my. I don't know. It's probably a mix between my older cousin and my dad's youngest brother. So my older cousin was my dad's oldest brother's first son. So he was older than me, even though he's my cousin. But he was like almost the same age as my uncle, who was my dad's youngest brother. But I was reading The Hobbit, and I was starting to play like Legend of Zelda and Final Fantasy. And so I was, 7 or 8 years old. And by the time I was like 9 or 10 or something, they had let me start playing with them as the young kid at the table. And they were playing like a mix of first edition and second edition. And I kind of regret it because I never really played Basic as a kid. I had the black box, which I think was Basic 5th edition, which I got for Christmas one year after playing like Hero Quest and Dragon Strike and Dark. What's it called? Dark Tower? No, not Dark Tower. Dark Tower is something different. It's right here in my game. I just can't see it. I don't remember what it's called. But anyways, I'd been playing these games, and then I just fell in love with D&D. And once I finally found some players at school and a couple of my friends like started playing, and that was it. It was on. It was awesome. I used to run PFS for free for years. Think about all that money you were skipping out on there. Always AFK. You were just left behind a gold mine. Flint just signed up for the Discord tonight. Well, welcome, Flint. I'll be sure to give you a nice little howdy do once we get on there. Thank you for your support on the Patreon. I am strong for Flint. I play now. See, Nightish has it down. Nightish says I play with GMs. If I want to play a game they don't like, I'll just run that. They'll just run their own. That's a winning move. I mean, I'm lucky. I've got Aaron, and we've been able to trade back and forth over the years. When we were younger, I would say I was a GM like 9 times out of 10. But as we've gotten older, I would think that it's more like, maybe like I run 2, Aaron runs 1. But there have definitely been times where it's been flipped in that order, and that's been awesome. Like I've gotten more chances to play as a player in my like 30s than I ever did when I was a teen or in my 20s. As a player for a paid 5e group, many of the group just show up and are present to kill stuff. What does that mean? Are you paid to be a player? Interesting. Can I do that? That is kind of what I want to do with L5R specifically as well. Yes. Actually, Ford, you raise an interesting question, which is forget paying for GMs. What about a service for DMs to pay players? Be like, listen, you need to play and you need to be good. Okay. You just need to be good. I don't want shitty players. I want good players. Flint, first game I ever ran, TPK, I regret nothing. All right, that's baller. RPG! That's baller. We are getting back to this anarchist commune vibe. Derek, and I'm all for it. GMs of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your manuals. Yes, irrational pain. Well, you get to a point in life where you realize, I realize this with relationships, romantic, personal, even familiar, but certainly with your hobbies and your games, I would rather have no game than a bad game or a game that was so heavily compromised that I was very unhappy about it. I'd rather have no game than a bad game. That's true. They did pay for the hours, but listen, bully on you, sir. Bully on you. Good for you. Go to sleep, as you say, as you're awake. It's the weekend, Steven. Come on. We're just hanging out. What have we been live for? I don't even know. We've only been live for 3 hours. We didn't start till 9:45. That is true, Strat. We don't animate it. Yeah. London, you're completely correct. Steven is a madman. He's probably out right now doing drag racing with some players from the Mets or something, and he's sitting there texting us while doing 150 miles per hour and a quarter mile off of some sketchy highway in Long Island or something crazy. I don't know. Oh, Lazarus. That's very funny. I'm a professional PBTA player. I don't know if you mean that seriously, Ryan. DM paying for players sounds like KOLC. Yeah, but I didn't hire professionals, so I got double fucked, GM Scott. I paid for Bob. I paid for Bob and Tim. Oh, and Kaz and Nick and Matt. Smith is good, when he isn't hating life at every moment. But yes, I made that's on me. I made bad hiring decisions. So I pay for you're paying for a GM. Okay. Interesting. Wow. I'm surprised at how many people there are here. Well, I got to be honest with you. It's crazy. I mean, we had tonight when I went live, I think we had 2 or 3 active games going on. I think we had 2 or 3 active games going on the Discord community server. I'm not sure which ones they were. I think one might have been 4th edition. I think the other one was the Strange Eons game. But it was so cool to just see how many people in our community are getting together and playing games. And it's like, it's all kind of happening autonomously, like without my consent, which is great. I mean, fuck me. I don't matter. Like I always say, I was like, you know what? Listen, if this whole thing turns south and, you know, we just can't make any money and it's destroying us, I said, I'll end everything. I'll close it down. But I said, I'll leave the Discord around. You guys, it'll become kind of unmonitored, and maybe we can have like a support fund for people to, you know, like to chip in a couple bucks a month just to keep it going and pay for the fees and stuff. But I said, I won't destroy the community. I might kill the channel someday, but I won't kill the community. Good stuff. Roll for Combat says that sounds so cool. Bob is the most professional. Bob, you could have gotten in the Walmart bargain bin, and don't think you forget it, mister. How much for players that know how to play their characters and don't metagame? Asking for a friend. Yeah, I don't know. Smith is great. I love Smith. Smith's my best friend. To be fair, none of the active games we had going were 5e. Oh, that is true. I wasn't trying to recruit anybody, by the way. I think people should join, but only when they're ready. I think a lot of people come to tonight's last call, and some of them are not ready for what is going to happen there. And they end up leaving. And the play-by-post is occurring during the stream. Okay, there you go. Maybe I should get paid to be a 40+ year experienced GM. Well, I mean, what it really comes down to is this. Being a GM is work. I think being a player should be work too. I think this idea, this narrative that we have is a false narrative. I think this idea that being a DM is hard, being a player is easy. Like, no, it should be enjoyable for both, and it should be work for both. We're all there to play the game together. Like, if you sit down to play a board game, you might have one person who bought the game. You might have another person, could be the same person, who teaches the game. But then at the end of the day, when we all sit down to play it, we are all active, and we are all engaging, and we are all participating, and we're all collaboratively generating the value of the game. It shouldn't just be on one person. So I think that is something that we need to definitely change as a community. And by that, I don't mean KOLC. I just mean role-playing gamers in general. Gabriel, I'm not trying to say that. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm just waiting for our AP to finish and Northern Reaches 2 to start. Yeah, Northern Reaches 2 is going to be awesome. It'll be fun. I mean, we have some interesting ideas here that, I don't know. It will be different than season 1, and I think that's a good thing. And we'll see how people react, as always. I mean, we're trying to create interesting experiences that people do not normally get, and that is kind of our goal. But it'll be fun. Smith's got some really cool ideas. Got here kind of late. Do I think 1.1 will kill our channel? Hell no. Absolutely not. Half the games I talk about on here aren't even under the OGL, so it doesn't even matter. Well, look, you've done it all. There's nothing else that we could do. So I'm sorry. I apologize. The mean game is strong. Come for the game, stay for the memes. White Liger loves that take. Exactly, Lollipop. That's a great way to put it, Lollipop Candy. Everybody can be a force multiplier, or they can be a force divider. And that's why I was saying before that I think certain games, if you have a player who isn't actively engaging, they are a detraction, and they can lower the net value of the session. And I just think that more players need to step up. That's all. Gid, you should be very proud of yourself, buddy. I mean, that has been, I would say that has been probably the single greatest, sort of server-wide thing that sort of really caught everybody's attention since Northern Reaches. So it's pretty awesome. I mean, to the point where we now have specialized mods for it, right? Well, White Liger, that'd be awesome. We'd love to have you in there. You definitely should come check us out someday. You've been hanging out. We love it. The rules changes for well, NR season 2. It's going to have some interesting ideas. It has some crazy ideas, and some of it is designed to address certain problems, and other ones are designed to create new ones in a way that that way people will be interested to interact with them. Is it better or the same to do monthly or annual? Annual is a 10% discount for you to pay. So the advantage that we get as a channel is we get, we only get 90% of what you would pay if you paid monthly, but we get all your money up front. So, we kind of lock you in, which, I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but that's worth something to me, right? Like, if somebody comes in and signs up for, a night tier at $5 a month, if they want to buy a year, which is $60, they'll get it for $54. So they're getting a discount, essentially getting a month free, but I get that money, regardless. And, you can't quit, I suppose would be what I would say. But so, I don't begrudge anybody who goes either way. I think both are pretty good for us. So, does Knights of Last Call live stream games? Yeah, poor kid. We did. We just finished up. Well, we just did a Pop It holiday adventure, one shot a couple weeks ago. You should check that on our channel. Go to the live. And then we also just did, for the most of this year, we did a Quest for the Frozen Flames book 1. So 10 or 11 episodes, I think total. 12 if you include session 0. And that was doing the Quest for the Frozen Flames adventure path. That was all live. And then before that, we did our Rise of the Rune Lords adventure path, which started off in person, but then people got COVID, and we still wanted to keep playing, and so we went live stream, and then it turned out that live stream was far more easy to produce and far more profitable because people were tipping, and then things kind of went off. You could say that the wheels came off the bus. Things got a little crazy at the end of that campaign, but it's definitely a sight to be seen. I'll say that. That is the worst. That is the worst case scenario for sure. Sean says, this is why I never liked watching Critical Role, because about 10 episodes in season 2, it seems like none of them still knew the rules of the game. I don't watch Critical Role, so I can't speak on that. But how is the studio going? Fantastic. I'm surprised Bob didn't put posters up. I don't know if you've seen the pictures. I think Bob posted them in the Discord. We did a studio, or we did a short. So we have our 8 main background panels, which is each 8 foot by 4 foot, 8 feet tall, 4 feet wide. And we have 3 for each player side, 2 for the GM. Tonight, Bob and I went up there and we finished putting on the fake stone. Well, it's a mortar. It's actually Flex Bond is what it's called. It's like a concrete tile set mortar. And we spread that on the styrofoam so that it gives it sort of a rocky, natural, grainy stone texture. That is all done. So we're going to paint it. And then once it's painted, we can start to assemble the set. We can put in the windows, the lighting treatments, the fake panels, start assembling the audio array, figure out the lighting, connect all the cords to the production station. And I think that's it. I think then we're good to go. Which sounds like a lot, but it's so much, it's maybe a little bit more money, depending on what we have to buy for the AV array. But it's not as manually intensive as everything else has been up to this point, which has been just ton of work, hundreds of hours, hundreds and hundreds of hours, probably. Poor kid. I first noticed this channel when you did the War versus Sport YouTube. I thought that was pretty good. Yeah, that was an experiment we did in trying, I think that was where we took some of my live streams and we edited out specific sections and made them into videos. Hey, Academic Chris. Welcome. Awesome. Lollipop Candy is not wrong. I'm not going to lie to you. If you join the Knights of Last Call Discord, if you join the Patreon, you're going to be on the Discord. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of cool stuff for being part of the Patreon, especially when Northern Reach is going on, and you get access to be part of exclusive live stream events, and you can even join the channel if you're a high enough tier member. And then we've got a bunch of extra bonus videos from our catalog, and we need to make more videos that are pre-recorded, even though they're horrible to make. Editing is horrible, people, by the way. If you make 10-minute videos editing is not bad. I sit here, I get a script, I have a teleprompter right here, and I go, welcome back to Knights of Last Call. Have you ever noticed blah, 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 blah? Well, I have, blah, blah, blah. Cut to thing. Zoom in on my face. Sound effect. And that's why I think we need to do about a shubadubada. Have you ever considered this? And then picture of like Ginny D. And I think that's why ultimately you should like and subscribe. And that's why we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. And if I made that video and I filmed it and it was scripted, then we would be done in 10 minutes and it'd be fantastic.
Samuel tipped $10. I would like to see a live stream of Colk playing Knights of the Road, which is an RPG about hobos jumping trains and fighting monsters in the 1920s. I think I've heard of this game. I think Ben knows that game. Thank you very much for the tip, TM Samuel. I am pretty sure that is definitely a game that I've heard of before, and that does seem like a game that we would play. Anyways, point is, thank you by the way for the tip. We need to do a whole AP with a set of memes. Oh, we could never do that with a whole character. Again, we have to go watch our Halloween special. We did Fistful of Flowers. Neo Anomaly says the studio panels look amazing. Thank you. Again, they look better than we even thought they were going to look. So I'm really looking forward to that. But anyways, what I was going to say, and Rag and Wolfbane is if you join the Discord, you're going to buy a lot of stuff. You're going to be exposed to a lot of RPG products. You're going to be exposed to a lot of new systems. You're going to be exposed to a lot of third-party systems. You're going to be exposed to just new additional Pathfinder 2 or 5th edition content. Some of it is completely neutral, right? Like it's just generic TTRPG Oracle books like Tome of Adventure Design or the Game Master Emulator. And you are going to see a bunch of people who are very passionate about these products, and you are going to probably end up buying them. So, yes, now Vin can say that. That's right. You were completely right, London, that was Vin's idea. Yeah, by the way, this guy, Pumpkin, he is a fiend. I don't even want to know how many games you've bought since joining our Discord. Hey, are you growing a beard or is that just your winter coat? Well, it's a little bit of both, right? I mean, it's cold here. It was negative 10 degrees there for a good solid week. And, it's a little patch. I try to trim it up. It's a little kind of neck beardy today because this week was crazy. I didn't think I was going to be on the show today or the channel today. So this is about as thick as I'll let it get. I'll probably start to trim it out here a little bit, but that is about as thick as it gets. I just bought Knights of the Road because of Ben. Okay, so I was right about the Knights of the Road. My videos are 7 to 10 minutes, no frills except occasional pics interspersed. And me too. Yep. I mean, listen, you're not doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong. You're doing it right. I'm doing it wrong, right? You're smart. I'm stupid. You're right. I was wrong. You're attractive. I'm ugly, right? Like you are correct. I am wrong. We have not talked about the Gnome Flick Mace, by the way. Gnome Flick Mace errata, good. The weapon was broken. It's still broken. They needed to fix the flail/hammer critical specialization effect, not the D8 to D6. That's not the problem. The problem is a one-handed reach weapon that is a flail. That's the problem. And then the update to how Paizo plans to errata stuff. Good, I guess. I mean, I like errata. Some people don't. I don't know. Knights of Last Call could be an awesome metal band if we all grew huge beards. Shout out to Brainwave Aftermarket Headphones Pass. That's true. The headphone pads I'm wearing on these ATH M50Xs, which are a very nice pair of headphones, I bought because of Vin, because they were self-confessed cynic. Oh yeah, these are fantastic. I actually had to put on. I was up at the studio the other day for that podcast we did when Kaz was in town, and we did a podcast up there, and I put on the old headphones, which have the original pads, and it was unwearable. It was so uncomfortable. These are great. These are fantastic and so cheap. They were a little hard to put on. I'm not going to lie, but obviously once they get on, they're on, so it's totally fine.
Lollipop Candy, I agree with you. That is the key, right? We'll have to see how good the errata is. If the errata's bad, well, then, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's two types of errata, right? There's like, oops, we made a mistake or a spelling error or a goof. And then there's like actively trying to power balance the game. I don't know how much we're going to see that, to be honest with you. I think you're more likely to see nerfs than you're going to see buffs. I don't think they're going to try to patch balance the game. Do you homebrew Hammer Flail crit spec? No, but I should. I mean, honestly, I kind of want to redo all of the weapons in Pathfinder 2. Like, I think axes should be fatal. I think swords should be deadly. I don't know. I think, maybe hammers do like a minimum amount of damage or something. I don't know. I just think the weapons are boring. They're boring. The traits are boring. They don't have any impact. It's snooze fest. And there's way too many weapons. So many weapons. You can get rid of 99% of the weapons. It's just, all those silly little things. And I don't want to, and there's so many traits that just don't even matter. And then it's weird because you're like, well, I'm playing this game, Pathfinder 2, because of all these little things. But then I'm just ignoring them or forgetting them because they're so little. So what are we even doing here? Yes, we did see buffs on the Alchemist, but the Alchemist was so bad and they needed it. And again, we haven't done a review yet and we haven't done a preview yet. We need to talk to Paizo, but I have read the Treasure Vault and there are some items in there for the Alchemist, both in terms of actual consumables and as well as magic or equipment / items that'll help the Alchemist out a fair deal. So I don't know where they're going to end up in a tier ranking, but I would say that between Treasure Vault and the recent errata, they have probably gained, maybe not a full tier, but, if they were a minus, they are now up to a plus, right? So it's like 2/3 of a tier from the boost. They're either boring or tedious or both. Completely agree. Weapons in PF2 had so much potential to become more interesting. All weapons need APB or you basically have no weapon choice after getting your first. A huge problem. This was a huge problem in a lot of editions of the D&D game ever since they made the item bonus part of the math, because you're just going to use the one weapon and you're never going to use anything else. And going to your backup weapon is such a horrible option because, I'm going to pull up my bow. Okay, well, my dex is already a couple points behind my strength. So I'm already worse at it. And this weapon doesn't have the max strengthening room and the max potency room. So it's even worse option. It really pigeonholes you really bad. Weapons of PF2 are in a microcosm. The math is tight. The choice is plenty and not very important. And everyone who optimizes ends up using the same 3. And that is very true. Shadram. See, and people say I'm negative. I'm not saying that these people are being negative, by the way. I think they're offering fair criticism. I'm just pointing out that, listen, they're saying this. I'm not. I remember when I first read the book and it was like, wow, this is great. Each weapon has its own thing to make them different. But very quickly it turned to disappointment that it really doesn't make any difference. So Treasure Vault, we're officially not allowed to do any sort of reviews until after it comes out in February. We are allowed to do a preview. We just have to pick a chapter, I think, and tell Paizo, hey, we want to make a preview on this section of the Treasure Vault, and they'll sign off on it, and then we make it. And I don't know if they have to approve it, but then we can get it out. Now, can we make that video? I don't know. It's hard for me to make short videos. I have a lot to say. Case in point, not to put too fine of a bow on it. I was live Thursday. I was live Tuesday for about 2.5 hours. I was live Thursday for about 4 hours, and I've been live tonight for almost 4 hours. So tonight this week, I've put out 11 hours of content. Now, you could argue that live stream isn't the same as pre-recorded content, but I like to think that we keep a pretty active live stream here. I don't take breaks. We stay engaged. We're answering questions. I'm talking about design or discussing elements. Not trying to pat myself on the back here, but our live streams, I think, are pretty dense as far as live streams go. Sometimes there's some fluff, but there could be fluff in a regular video as well. Most YouTube channels put out less than 2 total hours of content a month. And we've put out 11 hours this week. So on an average month, we do put out about 35 hours of content. So, you know, on average in a month, we're putting out somewhere around 15 times the amount of content in terms of hours. Now, you could argue the quality. I mean, that depends. A lot of videos in YouTube, even though they're edited, even though they're pre-recorded, are just this. Single camera shot, off-axis light. Some people don't even have that. Talking to a camera. Hey, how's it going? Howdy. What's going on? Here's my thing. 10 minutes, wrap. We do that with live all the time, several times a week. And my thought process on it is if you're going to edit a video, if you're going to pre-record it, that is a great opportunity for you to really add a lot of value to it and use the medium in a way that helps you tell your story or prove your point or illustrate or educate. That's my rant. I'm done. I love Fatal and Deadly. I do too, by the way. There's design space for advantage for damage dice. Could be a cool trait for hammers. Yes, that sounds cool. I love it. Damage, as we call it. The best weapon combination in PF2 is a short bow and a long bow. Dual bows. So much unused design space. Yes, agreed. And I think there'd be just a fun, interesting way to make these weapons just feel cool and powerful and different and actually feel like there's a degree of so there's this idea of verisimilitude, but there's also this idea of like fantasy verisimilitude. And what do I mean by fantasy verisimilitude? I get it. I'm not like most of you. I don't like leshies. I don't like shoonies. I don't think poppets should be adventurers. I don't think that a reasonable party is, oh, it's a human bard and it's a rhino, psychic rhino, witch, and then we have a ghost and a ghoul. Like that is not a D&D party. Anyways, but what I also have a problem with is there's a reason why if you go to any movie or any book, the cover art is going to have somebody and they're going to have a sword or they're going to have an axe and maybe they have a hammer. And there's a reason why in real life, those were very good weapons and why in fantasy in particular, those are the weapons that we associate with. Okay. Excalibur was not a great pick. Okay. Andorel, Flame of the West, was not a gnomish yo-yo. These were swords. And they were swords because swords are fucking awesome. And to me, if you want to enhance, like, swords should just be the best. Just full stop. Like, the sword should not be one of the most subpar weapons in the game. And it is, and I hate it so much. The long sword isn't deadly, but the rapier is. It boggles the mind how stupid that is. I wish that advanced weapons were both interesting and powerful. Also agree. Advanced weapons are also a huge disappointment, mostly because it's like, well, it's flick, mace, or bust, right? Or you know, you've just a million characters who go, oh yeah, well, of course I have an Ascardi gill hook, which is used to hunt sharks and fish, but is also somehow this busted weapon. There are some things that bother me so much about Pathfinder 2, but it's really mostly bothering me about the people who play it. Like, if you have that weapon, I'm not saying you're a bad person, but look inside yourself. There's a reason this is getting 42 views on an impromptu schedule stream that had no run-up announcement. Yeah, because you all have no lives too. That is why. Phone cam, white wall, monitor for light. Sounds like a recipe for success. Oh, Lazarus Dark got it right. All right, good. Combination. Oh, God. Don't get me started on Guns and Gears, okay? That sounds like an awesome party to me. Vomit.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Swords and spears are great too. A kobold summoner with a dragon eidolon, a pixie, a kitsune, and the token human. So, can I be honest with you? One of the things I love about Legend of the Five Rings is that the katana's a cool sword. It's great. Swords are great. The katana's a very powerful weapon. Guess what? Pole arms are better. The naginata right? Which is basically a katana blade mounted to the end of a pole. It's just a better weapon. Sure, it may not be as ceremonial. And if you are involved in an AI jutsu duel for honor or for death, you're going to have to use a katana because that is what, the expectation is in the society. But if you're on the battlefield and you have to choose between the 3-foot sword that you hold in your hands or the 3-foot blade that is on the end of a 6-foot shaft, you're going to choose the 6-foot shaft every day, and it's a better weapon, and the game reflects that. And it's like, this is a weapon of the battlefield. The spear, the naginata, these are effective weapons because, yep, guess what? I'm going to charge him with my katana. Yeah, he just impales you because you don't even get close enough to him before he just wrecks you. Beautiful. Love it. Yes, a rapier is a sword. I know, and it's deadly, and yet the other thing is not. Swords are fucking awesome. No. I have a life. I was DMing your nightmare party. S tier should also be the longbow. Listen, here's the funniest thing about the longbow that I think is hilarious. In Pathfinder 2, right? Think about the way so the longbow has the volley penalty, right? Which we all agree is completely ridiculous. There is no world ever in which the longbow is more accurate further out, right? If you're 10 feet away from your target with a longbow, you just hit it, okay? The volley rule is the stupidest thing ever. It is so stupid, I can't even believe it. But the crazy thing about the longbow is, given the way that Pathfinder 2 works and the way that the range penalties work, the way that people actually shot with a longbow in historical medieval battles, which was at a long range, it might as well not even exist because you would never hit. You would have whole contingents of archers shooting hundreds of arrows into the air, shooting them at a distance of, say, 200 yards or 300 yards, which is, 900 feet. So you're talking about 8 range increments or something. That's a minus 16 to hit. You'll just never hit anything. It'll be critical misses everywhere. The longbow literally somehow isn't accurate far or near. It's so, I hate everything about ranged weapons in Pathfinder 2. Oh, it's so bad. Lollipop, I like that. That is actually true. It is like a sidearm. Yes. It's a sidearm and a ceremonial weapon. And in Legend of the Five Rings, it plays like that. It plays like that. So that's, what, Flint, there's nothing wrong with the way that those parties play. But you mentioned the Suicide Squad, like with the shark guy and the guy who is like has his arms float off and attack people. I hated those movies. I thought they were silly and stupid, and they're not what I wanted to. But there's some people who just like absurd things and cringy things. I don't like absurd things, and I don't like cringy things. So that is kind of where we are. I saw people talking about bunny ancestries today. Good night, Mike. Peace. Minus 10 to hit. Thank you for getting me correct on that. So, yes, right. I mean, like, it's just insane how, like, again, here's the thing. I don't mind, like, we're not trying to create medieval replication here. I'm just saying, like, there is something to be said about that. Jason says, EI Jitsu makes the katana by far the most powerful weapon in L5R. Yes, it depends on, what your situation is. If I'm fighting in an actual EI Jitsu duel, sure, absolutely. But if I'm on a battlefield and I've got my katana and I just get shot full of arrows before I even get close enough to go all super Dynasty Warriors Muso on somebody, well, then that's a separate problem, right? Now people are bitching about the second Suicide Squad. Wait, so the trait is called volley and has a 30-foot range on it. So does one shoot like indirect volleys with it and they don't properly arc within 30 feet, but they somehow do it 30 feet? Yes, that is correct. It makes no sense. It's the stupidest rule of all time. Like bows I don't know what we need to do with bows. Like ranged sucks in Pathfinder 2. I'm sorry. If you play a ranged character, they suck. Like you got to do something better with them. Like the bow has some serious problems, people. It needs some help. It needs some love. It really does need help. It really does need help. Today in Bloodborne Vaults, we proved that a 4-human party still ends up in total Bugs Bunny nonsense too. No leshies required. People are being pinged here, I guess. I don't know. Range and spells are both terrible damage dealers in PF2 by design. Melee or suck. Yeah. I've played a lot of PF2 at this point. I mean, there's people who literally have played more, but I've also had the benefit of being part, of having this channel and getting to talk to so many people and seeing things like all the games for Northern Reaches and Melee. I mean, casters do have their niche because of how powerful the things can be, but yeah, I mean, you need to be melee or you need to be a caster. Range weapons just really do suck. So I don't, when people say, "Oh, just go with this build," use both of the bad damage things. And it's funny to me because, right, the idea was everything is an option, right? And everything should just be compelling. But it's sure, if you have a massive, huge map and you can move 50 feet, shoot twice, move 50 feet, shoot twice. Except you can't though, right, Strat? Because you're still going to be at a massive penalty to hit if you're 500 feet away, right? Derek's farming PF2E play data from the Discord. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm a data analyst. Of course I am. I mean, listen, can I tell you that we had 176 PCs and not a single inventor? I can tell you that we didn't get a single inventor. Can we get a preview of the Recall Knowledge Battlecry notes? I mean, yeah. I mean, nothing is official, of course, because part of the problem is I was just trying to mess around with the math for a long time, and part of it is that I ended up having to do something different. So essentially, what the Recall Knowledge check is going to be is here, we're back here. So the first thing is the DCs. I'm trying to pull these off from memory, so you'll excuse me if I'm wrong about this. So the first thing is the DCs are separated. Hey, Unfortunate Pumpkin. Thank you. Vin, he's super chatting me to say something to Vin. Vin, you know that Bloodborne Vaults is insane because playing with Cybersmith is insane. Probably should explain what we're talking about. Okay, yeah. So one of the things that we do with Knights of the Last Call as part of our Patreon is we release a sort of an e-zine called Battlecry. We've released 2 issues, and we were supposed to release a 3rd issue, but Smith and I got busy in December, and so we couldn't get it out. But November. So Smith finished his part in December. So it could have come out in December, but then I haven't finished my part. So Battlecry number 3 is supposed to come out this month. And what I've been trying to do is fix Recall Knowledge, because I hate Recall Knowledge in Pathfinder 2, but I really like the way that, and so part of the article that I've had a hard time writing, I'm not a good writer. Like I'm learning this. I knew this already, but I'm learning this. It's easier for me to talk out ideas than it is for me to write them down. I like to talk. So part of what I knew is that I just don't like Recall Knowledge. And the reason why I don't like Recall Knowledge is a couple of reasons. And part of what I wanted to write wasn't just here's the system. I also wanted to express or write what it is, why I want this rule. A lot of people make changes to the system, but I want to make sure you understand why we're doing this or what we're trying to accomplish. Thank you for the super chat. The whole party is insane. Cybersmith just goes plus. I'm not even going to get into that one at all. I can't even imagine what this looks like at this point. Well, Bernardo, it's because my name is actually spelled incorrectly. Darren itself is a little strange, but my name was actually supposed to be Derek on my birth certificate, but my dad misspelled it. and he spelled it D-E-R-I-K because he didn't know how my mom wanted to spell it. And so my name is literally a mistake. My whole life is a fucking lie. Okay, so I didn't like Recall Knowledge, but I did like the way that games like Powered by the Apocalypse and Blades in the Dark, which itself is sort of a derivative of Powered by the Apocalypse, I like how they do knowledge. Flint, it was great having you in here today. Thank you, buddy, for being a part of the chat. Thank you for your interest. And you know what? Enjoy breakfast with your wife. That sounds amazing. Love it. I love the name, of course. R.I.P. Flint, our boy. I like the way that Powered by the Apocalypse and Blades in the Dark do knowledge. And in particular, Blades in the Dark distinguishes the difference between what they call action rolls, okay, and fortune rolls. Okay, this is a little bit of Blade. I'm giving you context. I apologize. Old man getting sleepy. Laz, peace, brother. It's only 1:30 in the morning here. You know, I got another probably half an hour in me before I tap out. But I love having you here, Laz, and I appreciate you being part of our community. Thank you for all the support, and we'll see you around, buddy. So Blades of the Dark has action rolls and fortune rolls, and they use the same thing. And as a reminder, in Blades of the Dark, when you make a check, your skill has a certain number of dice. So you might have your skill at 2d6, or maybe your skill's really good and you have 3d6, or maybe your skill's insane and you have 4d6, right? So skill 1 is roll 1 dice, roll 2, roll 2 dice, skill 3, roll 3 dice, skill 4, roll 4 dice. You're going to roll those 4 dice and you're going to choose the highest die from amongst them, okay? In Blades of the Dark, if your highest die is between, now, and let me be clear about this. If your highest die on an action roll is between a 1 and a 3, this is what the game would call complication, right? This is where you're going to get into problems or issues. If your highest die is between a 4 and a 5, you're going to succeed, but with a cost. And if you get a 6, you get to succeed. And actually, if you get double 6s, then you basically kind of get the equivalent of a crit, okay, on the dice. So you can see that if you're rolling only 1 die, which is just a single d6, you would have a 50% chance of kind of quote-unquote failing and generating a complication. But the GM could choose that you succeed just with a big complication. And you have a 50% chance of succeeding, and it could be succeeding with a cost or succeeding with a crit. But that is an action roll. And Blades of the Dark distinguishes between an action roll, which is a check where your skill matters, but we don't know what, but the outcome could be interesting or dangerous, and it could be potentially problematic. Fortune rolls exist in the game for times when we just want to say yes. There's no risk. There's no downside. Okay? Fortune rolls are for when we want to test a character's skill, but there's nothing at stake. And the success is guaranteed. We just want to see how well you did the thing. You did the thing. It's a given. We just want to see how well you did the thing. And so a fortune roll works kind of the same way, except on a fortune roll, on a 1 to a 3, again, you do it. You always do it. But you do it kind of, you do it, but you do it okay. And on a 4 to 5, you do it good. And on a 6, you do it great. And on a 6-6, you do it amazing. Okay, so a fortune roll uses the same skill as an action roll. So as an example, if I'm using my acrobatic skill and I'm using it to leap out of a window as the building blows up behind me. All right, we're in the middle of a score. I've got the Queen's jewels in my hand, and I'm leaping out of the window as the Imperial wizards throw fireballs at me. The room goes up. I dive out the window. Okay, we're making an action roll. This is an action roll. There's a lot at stake here. Okay. On the other hand, if my character's, if my character is, we're out and about, and I go, you know what? This is maybe a different time. And I go, my character is going to blend in with the circus. And you're like, yeah. And you're like, okay. And you're like, well, it's time for your performance. And we're like, okay. And we're like, hey, let's see how well you perform. You're going to do a tumbling routine at the circus. And we go, look, this is not an action roll. Okay. There are no consequences here. You're not under any duress here. Just make the fortune roll just to see how well you perform. And my acrobatics is 3d6. So I'm going to roll 3 6-sided dice, and I get a 2, 2, and a 5. So I do it, and I do it good. And if I had rolled absolutely shitty, and I had rolled 1, 1, 2, I would still do it, and I would still do it okay. Right? The fortune roll basically says there's no world in which you're going to fail this. You can't be bad with it. You can just get varying degrees of good. All right. So that's the first thing that you need to know of what I wanted to do. The second thing that you need to understand is how, originally in Apocalypse World, it was called Read a Sitch. Okay. And in Dungeon World, it was called Discern Realities. This was the name of an action in Apocalypse World. And like most Apocalypse Worlds, it says if you're going to roll 2d6 plus your stat. So like in Dungeon World, you're going to roll 2d6 plus wisdom, right? It's the modifier. So 2d6 plus 2, 2d6 plus 1. If you get a 1 to 6, that is a miss, which remember in Dungeon World or in Powered by the Apocalypse means the GM makes a move. And on a 7 to 9, you're going to hold 1. And on a 10 plus, you're going to hold 3. Okay. And then it's going to say you can spend hold 1 for 1 to ask from the list of questions. Okay. And there was a list of like 6 or 7 questions. And then the thing would say the GM must answer honestly. That was the key. Okay. So if I go and I go to YouTube here and I look up Dungeon World Discern Realities. Okay. So if we're making Dungeon World, here are the questions you can ask. I'm not going to write them down. I'm just going to say them for the stream. They are, what happened here recently? What is about to happen? What should I be on the lookout for? What here is useful or valuable to me? Who's really in control here? What here is not what it appears to be. So in Powered by the Apocalypse or in Dungeon World, this was Discern Realities that I just read, so that's from Dungeon World, I would roll 2d6 plus my wisdom, and if I got between a 7 and a 9, I would get to hold 1, and I would get to ask one of those questions. So I could ask a question like, what should I be on the lookout for here? And the GM must answer truthfully, and they're going to give me a response. They're going to give me an answer. Here's why I like this move. Number one, because it's proactive. In this situation, you are demanding answers of the GM. You are being able to ask them questions, and they must answer you truthfully. This is a way for your character to, and for you as a player, to deliberately get information that you need in order to make a better decision. So, under these ideas, this is how I wanted to frame this under Pathfinder 2. For starters, first things, and again, I'm trying to remember these from memory. The DC is static. It's based off of the rarity of the situation. Now, we typically think of this from monsters, but this I want to point out for Article 1. Let me start off here. Article 1 is going to do something specifically. It is going to take the investigate action, which is currently in the game. As it has the exploration tag. And I am creating house rules that replace the current investigate action. And I am changing it into this. That means that this system is designed for exploration. In my mind, we will have a different set of recall knowledge components for encounters where, I hate to say it, but like stats matter more. And it's more about getting information that is useful. Sorry, Thaumaturge, I think you shouldn't be the only class in the game that should be able to get useful information about what you're fighting. So I want to do a future article on that. And this is also different from doing research, which is something I would consider to be more of a downtime action. So I think there should be 3 tiers of how you approach recall knowledge. First, in combat, which is more like reading the situation, right? It's more of like instinct. It's more of like reaction. It's more fun like that. Investigation is for the exploration phase. This is when you are in an adventure site. You are sort of in the adventure, but you're not in encounter mode. And your character is going to spend 5 to 10 minutes in the game terms investigating an area. Then there's research, which is how recall knowledge should work when you are in downtime. And this is when your character is like actively going out and finding sources and talking to people and building up information. Okay. And so when I say useful information, I mean actionable information. That is correct. Okay. Investigation is more about setting the scene and empowering players. Absolutely. So the idea here is that I should actually say this. When you investigate, now this is where things get kind of messy. So the DC is static. In this way, it's similar to aid, where aid is just DC 20. I don't like in Pathfinder 2 that the DC to learn things goes up as the monster goes up. I don't care that a troll is level 5. It's common. It shouldn't be common. It shouldn't be hard. People should know what a troll does. So part of my DC is tied to rarity. And it doesn't just mean creatures. It also means the situation at hand. And yes, the GM is going to have to make a call here or make it as part of their prep. In other words, if something is common and you're investigating it, then the DC is going to be 20. If it's uncommon, and again, I'm pulling these out from my memory, so please bear with me. I want to say the DC is 25. I think rare is 30, and I think unique is 40. Okay? So the idea here is whether you're level 1 or you're level 20, if your character is trying to investigate something which is common, then the DC is 20. All right? If they're trying to investigate something that is rare or unique, the DC is going to be higher. Okay? Because, investigating is, a unique thing. You've literally never explained it before. You've literally never seen it before. But Shadram, that is exactly what I'm trying to solve here. I don't care that you're low level and that the dragon is level 12. It's a red dragon. People should be able to identify it. But keep in mind that this is for investigating not just monsters. In fact, this is kind of almost what it's not designed for. It's designed for, anything. Like you go into the dungeon and there's a strange magical fountain. What does it do? Well, the GM will have decided whether it's a fairly common magical effect, or maybe this fountain is very rare, or maybe this fountain is an exceptionally unique thing. Like, to use Rise of the Rune Lords as an example, if a character were to investigate when you go into Adventure 1 and you find the Rune Well of Wrath, well, that's a rune well. It's not unique. There are multiple rune wells. But it is rare. I think we can all agree with that. So you would set the DC at 30. Okay? So that's kind of the idea there. All right? So the DC is static. Then the idea is, what's going on here? Okay. Okay, here we go. So those are your DCs. Then you're going to make a check. Mighty Daddy said, "What's a rune?" Well, it's from Rise of the Rune Lords. I was just trying to use that as an example. I thought people would know more about, but it's irrelevant. The point is, it's a very rare magical construct or artifact, you could even say, and that would be why it would be DC 30. There's a secondary objective to this, which is I want a high-level adventurer, okay, who is only trained in something to actually be still smart and kind of a badass. In other words, if my character is level 15 and they are trained in Arcana, okay, and their int is, maybe they boosted it once, I don't know, maybe their int's 14, okay, or 12 or something, their int's 12. So they have a +1 and they have a +2 and they don't have an item. Their character has a +18 to Arcana. Guess what? My level 15 fighter, who is barely smarter than average, is just trained in Arcana. Guess what? They are going to beat the common DC on a 2, right? This high-level fighter should... the common creature could be level 15 or 16 or 17 or 18, but if you're trained in Arcana, you should know what, and you're a level 15 character, yeah, you're going to know what this stuff is. You have a good chance of even identifying uncommon and rare things, all right? So that's the first thing. It's a static DC because knowledge shouldn't scale with rarity. Knowledge, or DC shouldn't scale with level. DC should scale with rarity. And just because something's higher level doesn't necessarily mean that you don't know what it is. Arguably, etc. Now, I also thought about maybe adding a different modifier for like how famous or how infamous it is. Strat says, so level 1 characters should have a really hard time knowing anything. So now we get to the check. The GM, when the players find something, and again, my idea is that this investigate check will be used for Arcana, religion, nature, occultism, lore, medicine, craft, and society. All right? Those are the 8 things that you could investigate with. All right? Arcana, religion, nature, occultism, lore, medicine, craft, even though that's spelled very horribly, and society. The check will be made, phrased in a PBTA language. It would say something like, when your character investigates an arcane effect, creature, or place or writings, make a Arcana check. The DC will be based off of the rarity of the effect. So let's say that this is a fairly common thing. The DC will be 20. Our player will make an Arcana check. Here is what our chart looks like now. Critical failure. Nothing. Your character, by the way, I should also note that your investigation check cannot be repeated. Okay? That should go without noting. If you critically fail the check, you don't get to ask any questions. If you fail the check, you get to hold 1. In other words, if you fail this check, you still get to ask 1 question. If you succeed at the check, you get to ask 3 questions. And if you critically succeed at the check, and this is where I'm kind of at right now, I either want you to be able to hold 3, but I'm also considering you to be +1. And I'll get to the +1 here in a second. Do the players know which skill they are rolling, or is the GM rolling the most appropriate skill? The players know what skill they're rolling. It is no longer, it does not have the secret tag. Always AFK. It does not have the secret. It does not have the secret tag. So the players are rolling this. Then, similar to discern realities, and this is where things get a little messy, and some of the people on the Discord know that this is things that I've been working on, and I try to converge this as much as I can. But each skill will then have a list of questions that you can ask. Now, some of these are similar, like some of the spellcasting ones are similar about medicine. But each skill will then have questions. All right? 3 questions is a lot of information. Yes, it is. And it's possible through playtesting, it might need to be 2. But you know what? Honestly, Vin, I want my players to have information. I want them to know what's going on. I want them to be able to make informed choices. You know me, like, don't put it there if you don't want it to be there. I don't know. And if the information is truly difficult or hard to find, then say that this particular challenge is rare or unique. But I honestly, personally think that giving information to players is good. Always AFK, literally just type that. And I think that is fantastic. So there will be a list of questions that the player can then ask the GM, and the GM must answer truthfully, such as, let's say for Arcana, it might be like who or what, and again, you're investigating, an arcane spell or a magical effect or arcane writings, runes that are written on the wall or runes that are surrounding a glowing portal. Who or what made this? And this is where the GM has some leeway, but they should answer honestly. Like, they might say, oh, given the nature of the runes and the power signature that you detect, you could tell that these runes were made by a powerful undead wizard, a lich. Cool. All right, we know the writings was made by the lich. What does this arcane effect do? Hey, there's a magical portal. What does this thing do? How can it be stopped? Or, another way might be say, like, how does it work? Right? It's a list of proactive questions that have a very adventure-forward design, okay? And it's designed for the players to totally engage and ask questions and ask for them. Now, there's a couple of caveats to this. This is where I'm at with the design, by the way. Part of me wants to say that some of these, like some of the basic questions, like, what does it do? Like, if you get a failure and you only hold 1, I think there might be a couple of questions that you can ask on failure, but there are other questions you can't ask on the failure. In other words, if you get a success and you hold 3, you can ask any of the questions, but if you get a failure, there's only a couple of questions you can ask. You only get 1 question, but if you fail, you might be able to like know how it, like what it does basically, but you won't know things like who created it or how can it be stopped. All right. Then the reason why I put critically succeed, hold 3 + 1 is if you get a critical success, you basically get access to a question that has blanks in it. Like it'd say something like, how could I blank this magic effect? And if you get a critical success, you get to ask this sort of like super bonus question. So like, and again, is this encouraging sort of narrative for to play? Yes, it is. But it's still in the simulationist nature of Pathfinder 2. And quite frankly, it's going to challenge you as a GM, but it's also going to put a lot of power in your players' hands. And I like that. So for example, if I get a critical success and there's a magical portal or a set of runes, a player might say, how could I gain control of these runes so that they are at my command? Or how could I transfer the power of these runes to my staff? And as a GM, you have to answer honestly. And maybe you didn't know that it could be done, but now you can ask. Or now you can come up with something, and it's going to create a situation in your game where you go, I don't know, how could you transfer the runes to your staff? And you think, oh, maybe you have to do this. Maybe you have to get this. Maybe you have to do that. And if you do all that, then you could transfer these runes to your staff. And it's like, cool, awesome. I want to go do that, or that's going to be a thing that my character wants to do. So getting a critical success sort of gives the player a little bit of like a Mad Libs question that they can really use to sort of push the character proactively in a direction that they want to go. And without getting into the list of all the questions that I've sort of developed and worked on so far, that is the basic framework. Now, this is like the framework. Obviously, there are ways that you could support this system, because one of the things I don't like about Pathfinder 2 is creating a system and then not including support for that system. There are plenty of opportunities here where you might have a skill feat that lets you ask +1 questions, right? On a fail, a success, and a critical success. So even if you get a failure with the skill feat, you still get to ask 2 questions. If you get a success, you get to ask 4 questions, right? So there's ways that you could use skill feats to sort of allow the players more opportunities to interact with this system. And that's kind of sort of the idea that I'm working with. All right, so let me see what people are saying here and hating. Let's see here. I always thought this was stupid that more powerful creatures were harder to know things about. Like, if there's something powerful, it should be more likely that people are going to know about it. Player crit succeeds over recall knowledge. DM. Yes, everyone knows that trolls are weak to fire and acid, but you notice that the scum of the swamp you're in protects you from that fire and acid. I mean, that's kind of the idea I was going to with the +1, GM Scott. Thievery might be worth adding to the list. Yeah, that's not a bad. Although I think in my mind, thievery kind of fell into what you're thinking of. Thievery, I think, might fall into like what craft does. Like, I'm envisioning using investigate with craft to do things like figure out how traps work, find secret doors, hidden compartments, determine the general layout of a building. Like, I kind of really want to push the limit on what some of these skills do. Vin is complaining about 3 questions being too much information. Worst thing is making an adventure that players only know a little bit about and have no interest in knowledge. Vin, I like withholding most info, but then one could argue that you don't have to divulge the whole scheme, but rather just subsets of the picture. I mean, the idea here is that the GM must answer honestly, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to go, well, you made the recall knowledge check. I guess I'll just explain to you the whole adventure, who's behind it, why they did it. At the same time, players invest in these skills for a reason, and I think giving them information so that they can make better informed decisions is so critical. I think GMs withholding information so that they can create their own little weird Scooby-Doo mystery, I think it's overblown. But if your group loves it, this might not be for you anyways, but it sounds like recall knowledge is a pretty bad idea for your group anyways, because you just want to keep them in the dark so that you can surprise them. They attack the party on site and fight to the death. Can a DM know but these questions? Jason Cox, you have to answer honestly. If the answer honestly could be no. You don't have to answer yes. If the answer is no, the answer is no. I think a GM could totally follow it up with a no, but if you want to be very forward thinking, but ultimately a GM's answer to be answering honestly could be no. And that is them answering honestly. And that's up to you and your tone of your campaign and how much you know about this effect and what you want to do with your campaign. But sometimes the honest answer is no, and I think that's okay. Strategy says, I'm inclined to just go don't roll. The only reason I'm including the roll strategy is because it's Pathfinder 2, and we roll dice. I mean, that's what Pathfinder 2 does. The distinction here is that unlike Aid, where this becomes trivial, there's at least different scales for things. And obviously you could, a high level expert is going to always get a critical success on a common knowledge. And obviously you could skip rolling at that point. But part of this premise of this strat is for this to be interesting for people, even if they're not max proficiency, max stat, max item bonus on a given skill. The fighter or the rogue who is, trained or randomly expert in religion or something has a really good chance as they go up through the levels of being able to make these DCs. And they don't get punished or penalized for failing as much. So, I hate giving out free information. I'd rather do, again, I'm fine with this. I mean, even Powered by the Apocalypse does a roll. Even Blades in the Dark, when you do gather information, which is a fortune roll, still basically says, well, if you roll the best you get is a 1, 2, or 3, the players get information. Again, a fortune roll is like, look, you're going to succeed. There's no risk. It's just a question of what is the quality of that information. And if you roll a 1, 2, or 3, the quality of that information is not good. Like, it might be enough to know, well, you find out that there's a library that you should go to. You know, like, you don't really learn your answer, but you at least learn where the next breadcrumb is that you should go to. And that's on the worst roll. That's from Blades in the Dark, by the way. Yes, this is active investigation, because here's the key that I want to point out here. This is supposed to be, as written today in Pathfinder 2, investigate is an exploration activity which is ongoing at all times while you're walking around and you're moving at half speed, and it's a little wonky. This does not function this way. This is an exploration activity the same way treat wounds is an exploration activity. The players are going to be in an environment. They are going to see something or find something. You're going to describe something to them in the area or environment. They might make a perception check, or maybe it's their passive perception. But either way, they are going to uncover a region, an area, a thing, a person, place, or thing. And then they are going to choose, like treat wounds, to say, basically say, I'm going to spend 10 minutes, roughly, investigating this thing. This is a hands-on investigation. Maybe you're not literally rubbing your hands all over it, but this isn't something like, oh, I noticed it out of the corner of my eye and I immediately make the check. No, this is a forensic investigation that is going to designed to take 10 minutes in the same vein as treat wounds does. It is an active action that is designed to be engaging with something that the players have gotten the surface level information, and now they want more detailed information. The GM described for them the glowing blue circle of runes, and the wizard has gone over and said, GM, I'd like to investigate that glowing circle of runes. And the GM says, great, make an Arcana check. And, we'll spend 10 minutes. You spend 10 minutes, pulling out strange little crystals from your pouch and waving your hands and muttering things, looking at the dimensions, testing some of the magic, make an Arcana check. Okay, this is an uncommon circle, uncommon effect. The DC is 25. You make your Arcana check. You get a 26. Great. You hold 3. You get to ask 3 questions. And the wizard PC says, great. Okay, first things first. What does this do? And the GM says, well, you believe that fundamentally that this is some sort of prison or some sort of abjuration field. It seems to be blocking out people from going into the teleportation circle. Great. How long do I think... Like, when was this made? Well, from the age of the runes, the style of the writing, and the weakening effects of the magical effect, you believe that this rune circle has been here for hundreds of years and active the whole time. Great. Last question. Do I think that there is a way that I could deactivate or otherwise disable this? Yes. You believe that the runes follow a clear sequence. If the runes were to be deactivated in sequence, in the proper sequence, the rune shield could be disabled. Awesome. Cool. Thank you, GM. My investigation is completed. And that's it. That's how the whole thing goes. The player is directing these questions. They have hold 3. They know they can ask these questions, and they know that the GM is going to answer truthfully. What the GM answers, that's entirely up to the GM. So that's the idea there. Well, Lollipop, good news is this is going to be in Battlecry 3. This is what I've been trying to work on. And that's it. TLDR doesn't for chat. Strat likes it. Vin hates it. Exactly. Craft as in first edition engineering. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think the answer, there might be some value in what Vin and Jason here are saying. Idea is you want to push the PCs forward. If for some odd reason you want to keep this information tight to the vest, then at the very least, giving them something that they can then take to move forward and feel like they are the ones who are driving, is at least a step in the right direction. So yeah. I'm gonna outlast you in your 2 times the back. Well, what can I say here? And I also think that what Vin is talking about here, the list of questions helps in Dungeon World. I've heard from people who say, look, I mean, a lot of players, they don't know how to interact. They need rules. They need things to point at and say, I can do this. There's a list of things. And so when a GM, a lot of people don't know what to ask, right? And yes, the list is technically in Powered by the Apocalypse games. The list is prescriptive, right? You can only ask the questions on that list. And sometimes someone will ask a question. They'll be like, which orc is the chieftain? And the GM will say, well, what you're really asking is, who's the most dangerous person here, right? You can interpret the questions. There's a little bit of leeway in that regard. But ultimately, it's because these questions are kind of supposed to be directed and focused towards moving your adventure or your sandbox or your AP forward in a positive direction. So thinking about this system more, this system feels like a good working compromise between /fusing of a solid arcade system and a PF2 style. The DC setting is definitely less PF2-ish, but should feel sufficiently PF2 to be good for those who want PF2. Strat, that is where I disagree with you. If we go to Pathfinder difficulties, there are the simple DCs, right? Which are from table 10-4. Untrained 10, trained 15, expert 20, master 30, legendary 40. So the simple DCs do exist. We have this idea of these sort of simple things. I'm just mapping those from proficiency to commonality or rarity. I think I'd run with this. I would just change it to 1, 2, 3 plus and allow for no buts. I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's totally fair. But you also mean the succeed on a failure part. I mean, we have spells, if the person succeeded at their saving throw, but they're still slowed 1. I mean, I don't think that this is totally beyond the pale that we have these ideas. But yes, a skill check, which gives you a benefit on a failure, is definitely outside of the core structure of the game. The idea that you get some sort of benefit even when you fail or the enemy passes, that is, encapsulated in the game. And Vin, I think another thing too, like I said, I want to make sure we talk about these things, and I want to get the feedback from people who say that, hey, listen, this is how this works, and maybe that's too much for your campaign, or maybe you want to push it further. GM Scott was sort of tiptoeing into this, like, the idea that if you wanted to go really narrative forward and really player agency forward on a critical success, instead of a question with Mad Libs, with fill in the blank question, if you could have it be that this +1 here is you tell me something new about the thing that you're investigating that the player is making up and adding narratively into the game. Obviously, that's a big step towards a narrative first game, but you could totally do that. In this system. Oh God, players creating reality is the worst. So is the in-combat version of this somewhat fleshed out? No. I have ideas for it, self-confessed cynic, but fundamentally, I do not. But what I really want to do with the recall knowledge is I want to boost and improve class feats or skill uses to, number one, make recall knowledge better, and number two, allow more and make good use out of things like the fighter has one, right? Where they attack, what is it called? Fighter feats, Pathfinder 2. Someone's going to say it before I even get to it, so it doesn't even matter. Combat assessment. Okay, it's from the APG. It's one action. You make a melee strike. On a hit, you can immediately attempt to make a recall knowledge. And then a critical hit, you get +2 bonus. I want to take combat assessment, delete it, replace it with combat assessment, and say the fighter makes a strike, and then if the fighter misses, they hold 1. If the fighter hits, they hold 3. If the fighter critically hits, they hold 3 + 1. Except instead of all this esoteric combat knowledge, it's going to be things like, what's their AC? What's their will save? What's their reflex save? What's their hit point total? So the idea being that the fighter, just from engaging with their attack bonus and fighting with somebody, they learn about the character's defenses and hit points and attack bonus and saves or whatever, just because they're a fighter. And what is the Seraph from the second Matrix movie, says to Neo, the best way to know a man is to fight him. And so it's almost like a fighter then gets the benefit. But instead of a recall knowledge check, maybe the fighter's not the best at investigating. But in terms of assessment or combat assessment, the fighter should be really good at that and should be able to do that. So I like that idea a lot. And I like the idea of bringing that more into the game and making that more useful. And having the players actually get granular combative knowledge against a monster that they are actively fighting, because it's like that scene from Helm's Deep, Two Towers, Legolas. All the elves are lined up, but Legolas has been fighting these things for the last couple days or weeks, and he says he's got the arrows up and he goes, their armor is weak at the neck and the shoulder. And it's like, yeah, okay, sweet. He's engaged with them. He knows about them. He knows where their weakness is. And I think praying and feeling on more of that. No, I mean, I don't want to like shit on the thaumaturge, but like there's so much there that I think should just honestly be like at least available to other character classes. I mean, the thaumaturge already gets to make people, generate weaknesses and stuff. So I think that's totally assessment. Let's see. Yeah, that's not for everybody, Ayla. I mean, I get it. That's totally reasonable. I have to say my personal preference for how to investigate a situation is to just, let's play it out, go actually investigate the thing and get what info that investigation will lead to, right? We've talked about this before. You enjoy that more, murder mystery type game. And I think, I know that I do not. I'm not interested in being a detective at all. The same way that when we get into a combat, I don't actually have to describe to you a reasonable way that my character would attack. And if I go, well, I'm going to swing my sword over to his right side, and the GM goes, well, you automatically missed. The character's shield is on his left side, and he is currently in an active guarded stance. Swinging your sword at mid-level against a opponent's defended shielded side would clearly never work, and your attack is immediately defeated. Next, right? I don't do that. I just roll the dice and see what happens because I don't give a shit. Let's see here. Yes, always AFK. Exactly. That is what I want to do here. Specific stat block questions. Different question lists based on class. Well, no, good. The question lists are going to be different based off of the skill, arcana, religion, nature. I do like the idea of skill feats. I didn't really think about class feats, but I do like the idea of certain skill feats letting you add questions to the list. So the list is like everybody gets the same 6 questions, but there might be skill feats. Maybe you're right. Maybe there are class feats that are like wizard class feats, and you get to add like these extra questions to your list that only you get to ask. Again, it is me actively doing 2 things. I'm trying to do 2 things. 1, I'm trying to gamify the same way that we gamify combat. I'm through feats and die rolls and interesting choices. I'm trying to gamify exploration. I'm trying to make the 3rd pillar of the game, exploration, a more gamist-centric component with people using their PCs and the players being active. Same like combat. 2, I'm trying to make it a more proactive approach for the player where they, through rolling a check and getting these questions, and the GM is bound to answer them correctly or honestly, the player feels in charge. They feel proactive. They get to ask questions about what they're interested in, and they know that they are going to get the answer. The check came first. The questions come second. And that is a very big psychological impact, I think, to a lot of players. So, basically turning the metagame of remembering what numbers hit and miss and such into an in-character mechanic instead of player skill. Yeah, I mean, more or less Strat, yeah. And obviously, Strat, if your player is really good and I already know that the troll's AC is 22, I guess then you don't need to ask that question. I mean, there's nothing that we can do to prevent you from knowing that the creature's armor class is 22, I suppose. In military terms, it's like probing an attack to test their defenses. Exactly, it's kind of the same idea. So I should look at the way Gumshoe handles recall knowledge checks. I will. I own Gumshoe. I've read it. I think I pretty much know how it handles it. There are certain elements of that I don't like, but there are certain elements of that I do like. So, that's pretty good. The class feat could also just add bonuses or like grant skill feats with perks. I don't sniff at stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, look, if you make it important to the game, people will will take the feats. If your game is nonstop combat and none of the other feats matter or they suck, people aren't going to take them. I mean, how many fighters out there today have taken combat assessment? My guess is very few. If you want things to matter and you want your players to care about them, then it needs to matter and it needs to be a compelling option, which means it needs to be fun to use and it needs to be effective. And if something is fun and effective, and maybe the aesthetic is cool too, people will take it and they will use it and they will get, and they will engage with your game at that level. Lollipop, it's not a bad idea. In my groups, whenever we recall knowledge, we always ask for combat related questions. Like, what is its AC, save, special abilities, weaknesses, and defenses? Does your group not do this? Officially, Sean, no one does that. That you need to be a thaumaturge in order to be able to do that per the rules of the game. I think a lot of people do that. Investigators should definitely get questions for sure. Yes, that is actually pretty sick. That would be a good investigator class feats, right? But I also don't want to, pigeonhole investigation into one class. I mean, investigators probably are a great class for that, but for sure. So that is kind of where I'm at with Battlecry. So I've got come up with a couple more knobs and dials and dial a few things in and get some of the questions ironed out. But really what I need to do is the writing, like describing, like tonight, maybe I don't know, go back and watch this video, but explaining, I don't like to just drop rules on people. I like to explain why you should use it or why you shouldn't use it, why this could be good for your game or why this isn't the right fit for your game. I think that's a cool response. That combat example got me to think on why not. The answer points to there's nothing interesting gameplay here. Also takes too long already. Also, combat is for relax, not for complex engagement. I don't think I understand that strat, but I'm moving on. Maybe investigators can get the equivalent of having evasion for recall knowledge checks. Oh, that is nice. That's kind of cool. Again, using a mechanic that's in the game and repurposing it, and because people will read it and they'll go, "Oh, it's like you have evasion for your recall knowledge checks. That's cool." I do kind of like that. That's kind of neat. That's a pretty good one. I do like that a lot. Would you feel it's fair game to adjust the static DCs with difficulty adjusters on the premise that not all rare things are equally rare? Justin?
London tipped
absolutely.
$5.
Absolutely.
Snipe.
Nice snipe of the hype boss. Thank you, London, for the tip. I appreciate it. Maybe investigators get crit fail protection on a crit failure. Maybe investigators can still hold one or something like that, and they can only ask the best question. I don't mind the idea of the recall knowledge evasion. And Justin, I think these are guidelines like anything. I think the main thing here is I just want to divorce it from level. I don't want characters to not be able to know something. If something's common, I want them to be able to check it. And really, and taking a step back from a metagame perspective, I want characters who are higher level, experienced adventurers who have been around the block. Okay? Your fighter who has fought devils for levels and levels and levels should, by the time they're level 10 and they're trained in Arcana, double snipe from GM Scott. Your fighter who is trained in Arcana but has been fighting devils for a long time, if devils are common or uncommon and they're high enough level, they should know what's going on with devils, because they're not just some idiot. They're a trained person and they are a high level adventurer and they should know stuff. Is there a way to get around the hold terminology? I always found it super confusing. It adds terminology that doesn't need to exist. Sure, it probably does. I mean, it's Pathfinder 2, so in reality, I should probably throw in some flavor text in there first, in the middle of the sentence, and then instead of saying something like hold one, it would say success. Probing into your innermost thoughts, you come across a realization that stirs you to investigative glory. You may ask one question from the following list described below. Ask your GM for more detail. That is probably what the success line should read in Pathfinder 2 ease. Right. Realization 3. Got to make sure Derek has too much money so he can't get rid of the. No, we're in a new year, GM Scott. So now you're just fucking me for next year. So hopefully this year, I should say, we're in the clear. So you're not screwing me now. Don't trust me. I got like I said, I got about $1,500 worth of prizes to buy. So we're well and screwed for that. Query instead of hold. Oh yeah, I need a lowercase tag in the flavor. Also, like the recall knowledge will just randomly have the death and the auditory tags. Listen, that's a whole separate issue. I can't fix everything. Okay. So lore skills can treat something as one rarity tier down or something similar. Well, actually, Lollipop, I want to use different questions for lore. I want the lore questions to be more probing and more detailed. Lore is actually one of the things that I'm kind of struggling with the most, but my idea here is that the difference with lore is in the questions. My idea with the lore is that the questions will have more Mad Libs. So using lore means that you are specifically trained in that thing. You can kind of build your own investigation, basically, because the lore applies instead of having variable DCs. That's my initial idea for lore. I don't know if that'll work, but I think that would be good. Visual tag. That's a great point, Gabe. Is it general Pathfinder 2e principle that static DCs might be hit with a difficulty adjustment? I know you can adjust for difficulty when setting a DC, but is a DC like aid static DC already set? Justin Nagel, aid does say, same like catch a arrest a fall, which I think is flat DC 15, I want to say. And it says the GM may adjust this DC based off of prevailing wind conditions or something like that. And aid says the GM may use a higher or lower DC. My suggestion, Justin, would be that you should probably never modify these by more than plus or minus 5. Something like that. Give or take. Wait, this is live now? I mean, we've been live since 9 o'clock. Recall knowledge comment has always been a weird one. Yeah, I agree. Aid states that the GM should just come up with a DC. Other than that, most things have already been modified. No, I mean, Aid clearly states that the DC is 20, but the GM can modify it. But for example, if we go to Pathfinder 2 and we go look up arrest a fall, it is an action trigger. It's a reaction. I said you attempt an acrobatics check to slow your fall. The DC is typically 15, but it might be higher due to air turbulence or other circumstances. And that's the only thing it says. So the DC is typically 15 for arrest to fall, but it may be higher due to air turbulence or other circumstances. So very detailed there. Other circumstances. Also, grab an edge. Yes. So it's past 2 in the morning. Thank you for reminding me of that shit. So it's 2 in the morning, and I think we're gonna call it a night. So this is a fun Friday night. Does treat wounds act the same? I don't believe it does. Not as written. I mean, technically you can modify, I guess, the DC no matter what you want to do, but my guess is treat wounds just says it's DC 20, I would guess. Technically, it is always past 2 in the morning somewhere. That is true. So I got that, and we got to work on that. And I got a combat and tactics video that is finally almost finished being done edited. I'm gonna finish that up, and we are trying to work on Northern Reaches Season 2, and those are like the main things that we're working on right now. And then getting the studio done so we can get root games going, and so that we can start doing some fun live shows, but that are live and in person. So that'll be really, really fun. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you for a huge list of people who threw money at us this year, or this season. I'm tired. This stream. Thank you for your tips and your super chats. I honestly, again, my goal tonight was $1. That was just on tips. We also had incredible support in the form of some super chats as well. So just fantastic support tonight. That's really very nice of you. Looks like we got 15. Looks like we got about $50 in super chats. And yeah, about 160 in tips. So just fantastic work. And just a great example of I would have to do a video that would have gotten 50 to 60,000 views in order to maybe make that much money. Instead, I can hang out with you guys and do a live stream and interact with you. And if there's only 40 or 50 or 60 of you all night, and we can make the same amount of money. So when I say that you literally support this channel, you make this possible, I am not exaggerating. I cannot stress that enough, that that the rules lawyer's insane video that he just had, which is incredibly awesome for him, we'll probably end up making about as much money as this random Friday night stream did because of your support. So thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me tonight. We'll talk to you later. We'll be on the Discord. Check us out, patreon.com/nightsoflast call. Like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time on the Knights of Last Call. Peace.